Chapter 636. You can forgive the sins of the heavens, but you can't survive the sins you bring upon yourself. Xiao Yunqing laughed complacently. This was exactly what he had been dreaming of. However, Li Changxing didn't care about his mockery at all. Instead, he raised his fist and punched a few more times. The 10th punch, the 11th punch, the 12th punch. Each punch was the sum of all the previous punches. By the time he reached the 18th punch, Xiao Yunqing's expression had changed. Because of the power of Li Changxing's punches, even he couldn't remain calm. I don't believe you can continue attacking like this, Xiao Yunqing said coldly. Is that so? Li Changxing's body was close to the round cauldron, and he punched 9 more times in one breath, a total of 27 punches. Crack! Finally, the round cauldron was completely shattered under the fist, and Xiao Yunqing spat out a mouthful of blood. The round cauldron was his natal item. Now that it was shattered, he was immediately seriously injured. How is this possible? Xiao Yunqing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Do you think you're the only half-step earth immortal in the world? As soon as Li Changxing finished speaking, he raised his fist again. The 29th punch. At this moment, with this punch, a crack was torn in the void in front of Li Changxing. The rumbling fist energy directly entered the crack, cut through the void, and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yunqing's chest. It's over. Xiao Yunqing didn't even have time to react before his chest was smashed by the fist. A large part of his chest instantly caved in. At the same time, the fist energy directly penetrated his body and flew out from his back, accompanied by a spray of blood in the air. Rip! It was like the sound of a sheet of iron being torn apart. Xiao Yunqing's body was split in half along the wound caused by Li Changxing's fist, and he fell from the sky. I actually lost. These were Xiao Yunqing's last words. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. However, after being hit by Li Changxing's fist, his vitality was completely extinguished in an instant. At this moment, all was silent under the sky. Everyone looked at the scene in the sky in a daze. Xiao Yunqing, who was a half-step into the Earth's celestial stage, had been killed. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about. On the other hand, Mei Guanjing's face turned pale in an instant. His body trembled and tears streamed down his face. Then, he knelt on the ground with a plop and cried bitterly. Master, it's all my fault. As for the others like Song Jingheng, Feng Yuze, Taoist Floating Dust, and the others, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. They were of the same generation as Xiao Yunqing, but Xiao Yunqing had left them behind early on. Xiao Yunqing had long been the number 1 person in the world in their hearts, but now he had still been defeated by Li Changxing and had fallen here. Li Changxing didn't just kill Xiao Yunqing, he also trampled on the entire cultivation world. From then on, Li Changxing's title of number 1 in the world was well deserved. The young Li Changxing ascended to the supreme position and became unrivaled in the world. Even a half-step into the Earth's celestial stage is no match for him. Could it be that he's a living Earth celestial? Song Jingheng muttered to himself. On the other side, Ding Qingxue and the others were surrounded by ecstasy. Li Changxing had won in the end. Xiao Yunqing dared to threaten me with Li Changxing's family. Today, he brought this upon himself. A dragon has a reverse scale, and those who touch it will die. Today, I, Li Changxing, will say that if anyone has a grudge against me, Li Changxing, they can come to me for revenge. But if anyone dares to touch my family and friends, then Xiao Yunqing's fate will be the same. As soon as his voice fell, Li Changxing descended from the sky. He looked at Mei Guanjing, who was crying bitterly, and his gaze wandered for a long time. In the end, he didn't make a move. When Li Changxing looked at Mei Guanjing, the people who were originally on good terms with Mei Guanjing became nervous. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots had always been an iron law in the world of cultivation. They all thought that Mei Guanjing would undoubtedly die today, but they didn't expect that Li Changxing wouldn't kill him. While they were relieved, they also sighed with emotion. No matter how terrifying the rumors about Li Changxing were and what kind of devil he was, from his actions just now, it seemed that he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. If Xiao Yunqing hadn't threatened Li Changxing with his family, perhaps he would have been defeated today, but he wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everyone had to take responsibility for their own words and actions. After the battle in the capital, Li Changxing became famous and became the #1 in the world of cultivation. However, such a sensational matter only spread in the world of cultivation. Although there were ordinary people in the secular world who saw the changes in the sky from afar and heard all kinds of strange sounds, almost no news of it spread. If the world knew about the existence of cultivators, it would definitely cause a big mess. However, Li Changxing didn't need to worry about this matter. Naturally, there would be people who would take care of it properly. In the following days, Li Changxing asked Yi Haoran to find some people to help repair the villa. He still lived in the courtyard that Yi Haoran helped him find. Almost every day there would be people from the world of cultivation coming to visit. There were elders from the other divisions of the Heavenly Tao Union, as well as the sect masters of the Sword Union. Song Jinheng, Taoist Floating Dust, and the others personally came to apologize. 10 days after the martial arts competition, the villa at the top of the mountain was finally repaired. Li Changxing moved back to the villa and at the same time, rearranged the spirit gathering array and the mountain protecting array. This time, Li Changxing imitated the Kunlun sect and arranged dozens of arrays. The small arrays were connected to each other to form a medium array. The medium array was then combined with the medium array to form a large array. The entire mountain villa was integrated into one. In this way, even if an expert like Xiao Yunqing came, it wouldn't be easy to break the array. Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue stayed behind to help Li Changxing arrange the array. However, because they still had some matters to deal with in the sect, they also left on the 13th day. Those who should have come to visit had also come. Li Changxing's villa was finally quiet. Next, it's time to establish a sect. Unfortunately, I only have one disciple. Li Changxing was a bit distressed. Suddenly, he remembered that Mei Guanjing had more than 20 martial Tao geniuses. If he took them in, he could immediately establish a sect. However, after thinking about it, Li Changxing dispelled this idea. Those people were not goods. Moreover, they were Mei Guanjing's subordinate. Even if he took them by force, many of them would not be convinced. After all, disciples could not be taken by force. Since Mei Guanjing can find so many genius disciples, I can do the same. The world is so big that there is no lack of talent. It's just that Mei Guanjing has been in the capital for many years. He has various channels and connections to find genius disciples. However, most of the people I know are ordinary people. Where should I start? While Li Changxing was distressed, another person came to visit. This time, it was an acquaintance. Ren Juntang, the general manager of the Zhenke group, used to be Su Xiaolin's favorite general. Now, he worked for Li Changxing. Why are you here? Ren Juntang had nothing to do with the cultivation world. He definitely didn't come to see him because he defeated Xiao Yunqing. Sure enough, Ren Juntang explained, I heard from Yi Haoran, Chairman Yi, that you live in the capital, so I came to see you. Recently, the company has encountered some difficulties. I'm a bit helpless. What difficulties? Li Changxing was a little curious. With Ren Juntang's ability, he could naturally settle business matters. Moreover, even if he couldn't, Li Changxing knew nothing about business. It's a batch of goods that we brought back from overseas. However, when they passed through Nanyang, they were detained by a local force. That batch of goods is very important to our Zhenke group, but we sent many people to negotiate, but it was useless. You also know that Nanyang is a place where good people mix with bad people, and there are many gangs. I've been worrying about this recently. When I heard that you were in the capital, I came to report the situation to you and see if you have any connections to get the goods back. Nanyang. A name suddenly popped into Li Chongqing's mind. Gu Mangong. Since he woke up in his previous life, there had been 3 people by his side: Su Xiaolin, Sick Tiger Chiyu, and Gu Mangong. Last time, Chu Yaotian told him that Gu Mangong was now developing in Nanyang. Moreover, he was very powerful and had connections. Tell me the specific situation of this batch of goods. Leave this matter to me, Li Chongqing said. Mei Guanjing had found more than 20 geniuses to nurture. It was likely that he had collected all the easily found geniuses in the entire north, or even the entire country. If he wanted to find any fish that had escaped the net, it would undoubtedly be very difficult. Thinking about it carefully, the only place that Mei Guanjing had not plundered was the Nanyang region. Moreover, Gu Mangong had been operating there for many years and had many eyes and ears. He could help Li Chongqing find people. If he went to Nanyang, he could not only find some disciples of the sects, but also help Ren Juntang get the goods back. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Chongqing instantly made a decision in his heart. Chapter 637. Sir, are you going to Nanyang in person? Ren Juntang asked in surprise. He originally came to look for Li Chongqing because of his relationship with Su Xiaolin. He thought that Li Chongqing could use his connections to get the goods back. Mr. Li, the situation in Nanyang is chaotic. I think it's better if you don't go in person. It's too dangerous. Why don't you ask Su Xiaolin to help you find some connections? Why do you have to take the risk yourself? Ren Juntang advised. He didn't know Li Chongqing's identity as a cultivator, so he was naturally a little worried. Countless people disappeared from the world in Nanyang every day. It was no different from a tiger's den. It's okay. I have other things to deal with in Nanyang. I have a friend in Nanyang. I'll ask him to help me get the goods. I see. Can you take me with you, sir? Our company is doing international business. We need a large number of goods to be transported by sea in the future. We need to find a suitable transportation company to avoid this incident. You're going to Nanyang too? Li Chongqing thought about it and finally nodded. No matter what Ren Juntang did, it was to make money for him. He had no reason to refuse. When do we set off? Ren Juntang was more anxious than Li Chongqing. Tomorrow then. Okay, I'll go prepare. After Ren Juntang left, Li Chongqing went to the city to say goodbye to Yi Shuang. The next morning, a Mercedes-Benz business car stopped at the foot of the mountain. Ren Juntang got out of the car and saw Li Chongqing on the mountain path before he went up the mountain. Let's go. Li Chongqing got into the business car and saw a strong man sitting in the front passenger seat. He was big and had a pair of bell-like eyes that gave off a fierce feeling. Ren Juntang hurriedly introduced, "This is a bodyguard I hired from the country. He's a boxing champion and has reached the peak of martial arts. He's very powerful." The boxing champion was also very arrogant. He knew that Li Chongqing was Ren Juntang's boss, but he still looked arrogant. Ren Juntang whispered, "What do you think, Mr. Li? Isn't this bodyguard powerful? With his protection, our safety on this trip to Nanyang can be guaranteed. Nanyang is a ruthless place, especially foreigners like us. It's very easy for us to become the target of various bandits." Li Chongqing smiled and didn't say anything. In his eyes, the boxing champion in front of him had only practiced the obvious strength to the peak. Coupled with his tall stature and extraordinary talent, he was indeed a good fighter, but he was only good enough to deal with those boxing matches with rules. Although he exuded a domineering aura, there was no killing intent in his eyes. This meant that he had never experienced a real battle of life and death. Such a person could deal with people weaker than him, but once he met someone stronger than him, he would have no chance to protect himself at all. Even if his opponent was slightly weaker than him and had gone through a life and death battle, there was a high chance that he would be defeated. I wonder how much his annual salary is? Li Chongqing asked casually. Ren Juntang stretched out 2 fingers. 2 million. Li Chongqing immediately understood and nodded. This price was not high, but it was definitely not low either. In fact, he wanted to tell Ren Juntang that it was better to find one from a bodyguard company than to hire such a bodyguard. After all, the bodyguard had undergone special protection training. Although this burly man was very strong, he was far inferior to those professionals in dealing with unexpected situations. By the way, is the bodyguard paid out of your own pocket? Li Chongqing was puzzled. Of course not. I run around all day for the company. Even if I encounter danger, I offend people for the benefit of the company. Of course, the company pays for it. Ren Juntang said confidently. The car soon arrived at the airport. The driver was brought to Beijing by Ren Juntang. After sending Ren Juntang to the plane, he returned directly to the company's headquarters. As for the bodyguard, he naturally followed the two to the south. In the first-class cabin, Li Chongqing observed the bodyguard. This guy was big and burly, but unfortunately, he had not undergone professional training. He only knew how to sit there and act cool without any awareness of vigilance. This made Li Chongqing feel that his money was somewhat wasted. Ren Juntang was worried all the way. For him, Nanyang was purgatory on earth. If it were not for the company, he would not be willing to go there even if you beat him to death. Mr. Li, did you talk to Su Xiaolin on the phone? Mr. Su is very resourceful. Maybe he has connections in Nanyang and can help us get the goods back. I heard that the power that detained our goods is not ordinary in Nanyang. If we can't find a middleman and rashly go to negotiate with him, we might even be detained. They never reason with people. It's okay. If they are unreasonable, I will reason with them. If I can't reason with them, I will use my fists. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Ren Juntang sighed and became even more worried. He was afraid that Li Chongqing would not listen to his advice and go head-to-head with the other party. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing his worry, Li Chongqing patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I have connections in Nanyang. I guarantee that they will obediently hand over the good. There is no need to call Su Xiaolin. Ren Juntang nodded. Since Li Chongqing said so, then he would treat it as a last resort. What if Li Chongqing really had connections in Nanyang? After all, his boss was not ordinary. The plane flew for more than 10 hours. By the time they arrived at their destination, it was already evening. The sky was filled with clouds, making the entire sky red. The three of them got off the plane and followed the crowd outside. Mr. Li, you must be tired from the journey. Let's find a hotel nearby first. Tomorrow, I will send someone to contact the force that intercepted our goods and see what conditions they have and how they will be willing to return the goods to us. At the same time, I will make an appointment with the manager of a transportation company to discuss cooperation. This place is a family-run business. I heard that the manager is a rich second generation who has just taken over the family business and intends to make a career for the elders in the family. Our cooperation is very important to him. Okay, you can arrange these things. However, there is no need to stay in a hotel. There are already people outside to welcome us. Before they came, Li Chongqing asked Qi Yu to find a way to inform Gu Mangong. I wonder who is Sir's friend? Ren Juntang looked at the crowd outside and stopped in his tracks. Li Chongqing was also looking for Gu Mangong. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd. More than 30 strong men in suits, led by a middle-aged man, walked out of the crowd. They were holding a photo in their hands. After glancing at it, they walked straight to Li Chongqing. You must be Mr. Li Chongqing, right? My name is Peng Tai. Boss Gu had something to do and couldn't make it back, so he asked me to come and pick you up. Then, he said to the subordinates behind him, Why aren't you greeting Mr. Li? Hello, Mr. Li. More than 30 people cupped their hands and bowed in unison. This attracted the attention of the surrounding people. They were all guessing what kind of big shot had come to make these people welcome him in such a grand manner. Chapter 638. More than 30 strong men bowed at the same time, instantly attracting the attention of most of the passengers in the airport. Ren Juntang and the bodyguard were also dumbfounded. When Li Chongqing said that someone would come to pick them up on the plane, they didn't think much of it. Only now did they realize that Li Chongqing's backer in Nanyang was not ordinary. "Why are you making such a big fuss?" Li Chongqing shook his head. Back then, Gu Mangong was a guy who didn't know how to keep a low profile. He had been criticized many times, but he didn't change. He didn't expect his subordinates to be the same. Pang Tai seemed to have noticed that Li Chongqing didn't like to be in the limelight. He quickly waved his hand to get his subordinates to straighten their back. He was also helpless. After knowing that Li Chongqing was coming, Gu Mangong was overseas and couldn't make it back in time. He called his assistant to welcome Li Chongqing. He also repeatedly reminded Pang Tai to show that he valued Li Chongqing and let Li Chongqing feel like he had returned home. Pang Tai immediately understood when he heard this. Gu Mangong usually liked to be in the limelight. That was why he made such a fuss. "Let's go. We'll talk in the car." Pang Tai's subordinates tactfully went up to take the luggage from Ren Juntang's hands. The few of them walked to the parking lot and saw a row of neatly parked Rolls-Royces. The one at the front was an extended version and looked very imposing. There were many people around pointing at the row of Rolls-Royces. Luxury cars of this level were rare, let alone more than 30 of them together. Some people even took out their phones to take videos and were preparing to post them on social media. Li Chongqing was also helpless against such a lineup. Under Pang Tai's guidance, they sat in the Rolls-Royce. Ren Juntang and the bodyguard could only sit in the car behind. As the car started to move, Pang Tai couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Li, what's your relationship with Boss Gu?" "I've been with Boss Gu for almost 10 years. I basically know all of his friends, but this is the first time I've heard of your name." "I'm considered friends with your Boss Gu." Li Chongqing smiled and didn't continue on this topic. Pang Tai nodded. Since Li Chongqing didn't say anything, he didn't continue to ask. However, there were many doubts hidden in his heart. He was originally in charge of entertaining a manager of the Hong Triad in Southeast Asia. As the largest organization in the world, the Hong Triad had many businesses in Southeast Asia. Since Gu Mangong was an important figure in Southeast Asia, both parties had many business dealings. The head steward of the Hong Triad had a high status, which was why he, Gu Mangong's trusted aide, was sent to receive him. Who would have thought that he would be called over to receive Li Chongqing? If he was asked to receive important figures like Su Xiaolin or Qi Yu, it would be one thing. However, it had to be a young man whom he had never heard of before. It was easy to imagine the confusion in his heart. Li Chongqing chatted with the other party for a while, and then stopped talking. He sat in the car and closed his eyes to rest. Li Chongqing's attitude made Gu Mangong's trusted aide feel slightly uncomfortable. As Gu Mangong's right-hand man, he was the second most important person in Gu Mangong's organization. In the entire Nanyang, even if those tycoons with a net worth of hundreds of billions saw him, they would all be polite and respectful. Now, he was just a young man, yet he dared to put on airs in front of him. This made him feel very uncomfortable. However, even though he was unhappy, Li Chongqing was Gu Mangong's guest after all. He would only think about it in his heart and wouldn't say it out loud. The cars moved forward. Because the 30 Rolls-Royces had to line up in a formation, they didn't move quickly. In the second car, Ren Juntang was looking at his phone out of boredom. As for the bodyguard, he was puzzled and asked, "CEO Ren, who is this Li Chongqing? Why are so many people here to receive him?" "I've already told you. He's my boss, the chairman of the Zhenka Corporation." Then, who are these people? The bodyguard pointed at the chauffeur. The chauffeur had a cold face the entire time and was even more arrogant than him. Midway, he tried to talk to the chauffeur, but the chauffeur completely ignored him. This inevitably made him a little unhappy and felt that he was being looked down upon. I'm not sure either. We'll ask Mr. Lee later. After Rin Juntang finished speaking, the driver finally said coldly, "We're Boss Gu's subordinates. The person sitting in the car in front is Boss Gu's trusted aide, Pang Tai." "What's Boss Gu's full name?" "I used to fight in Southeast Asia a few years ago, so I have some understanding of Southeast Asia." The bodyguard was very curious. Even a driver was so arrogant. He wanted to know where this driver's confidence came from. "There are 30 Rolls-Royces outside, and they have the surname Gu. You can't even guess the identity of our boss. With your intelligence, if you were to make a living in Southeast Asia, I'm afraid you wouldn't survive more than a week." "How can you say that?" The bodyguard was about to fly into a rage when he heard that. At this moment, the driver turned around and glanced at him. At that moment, a chill ran down the bodyguard's spine. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes were instantly filled with shock. Could it be Gu Mangong, Boss Gu? At this moment, the bodyguard's expression changed completely. Rin Juntang had asked him to be his bodyguard and to follow him to Southeast Asia. He had always thought that even if Rin Juntang and Li Chongqing had some friends in Southeast Asia, they wouldn't have much influence. That was why he had been so careful. However, he hadn't expected Li Chongqing's friend in Southeast Asia to be Gu Mangong. In Southeast Asia, why would anyone need a bodyguard if they knew Gu Mangong? Gu Mangong was the biggest protective talisman. Rin Juntang, who was sitting in the back, was also shocked. Before coming to Southeast Asia, he had already investigated the situation in Southeast Asia. Naturally, he knew who was the most powerful and had the final say in Southeast Asia. Li Chongqing was really impressive. First, he knew the two big shots, Su Xiaolin and Qi Xian. Now, he even knew Gu Mangong. Ren Juntang's originally anxious state of mind calmed down instantly. The car drove for more than 40 minutes before stopping in front of a huge manor. There were already many people waiting at the door to welcome them. Since Gu Mangong had instructed Pang Tai to make the scene bigger, Pang Tai called many of his subordinates to welcome Li Chongqing. Even a few of Gu Mangong's subordinates who had quite a bit of authority appeared. The scene at the airport was already big enough. Who would have thought that the scene at the manor's entrance would be even bigger? Li Chongqing wasn't used to such a high-profile scene. Thus he said to Pang Tai, "Ask them to disperse. What's the point of making such a big scene?" Li Chongqing's voice was very calm. However, when Pang Tai heard it, he didn't feel comfortable. In the car, Li Chongqing had displayed a very casual attitude, which made him feel neglected. Now that Li Chongqing had asked him to disperse the welcoming team, he was even more dissatisfied. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. Then, he got a subordinate to bring Li Chongqing and the rest to rest. After Li Chongqing and the rest left, a few powerful people surrounded Pang Tai. "Old Pang, who is this kid? He actually asked so many of us to welcome him? From what he said just now, it seems like he doesn't like such a lineup." An old man who had followed Gu Mangong for half his life asked. "I don't know either. He's young, but he's quite arrogant." Pang Tai shook his head. "Then, old Pang, we'll disperse first. During the welcome banquet later, we brothers must have a good drink or two." Hearing the old man's words, Pang Tai snorted coldly. "What welcome banquet? Since he doesn't like crowds, I think we should just forget about it." "How can we do that? The welcome banquet was ordered by the boss. If we just forget about it, what if the boss isn't happy when he comes back? Don't worry. We've followed the boss for so many years. Even if the boss isn't happy, he'll at most scold us a little. He can't possibly punish us because of an outsider, right? Furthermore, I was the one who ordered the cancellation of the welcome banquet. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. I'll naturally explain it to the boss. Since that's the case, we can only drink another day. The old man patted Pang Tai's shoulder and then dispersed. Pang Tai looked in the direction where Li Chongqing had disappeared and sneered. Kid, I wanted to receive you grandly, but since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being petty. Not only will there be no welcome banquet, but you'll also have to starve for dinner tonight. Chapter 639. Li Chongqing and the rest were arranged to stay in a large villa in the manor. Along the way, the arrogant bodyguard's attitude towards Li Chongqing had undergone a complete change. Those who had never been to Nanyang would never know what the name Gu Mangong meant. Since Mr. Li is welcomed personally by Gu Mangong, why would he need a bodyguard like me in Nanyang? The bodyguard, who had always been confident in himself, suddenly felt that his existence had lost its value. Li Chongqing did not say anything about the bodyguard's change. Ren Juntang also felt a little emotional. This boss of his was really omnipotent. Li Chongqing and the rest confirmed their rooms. It was already past 7 p.m. Logically speaking, there should be a welcome banquet for Li Chongqing. However, as time passed, no one came to invite Li Chongqing for a meal. There wasn't even dinner, let alone a welcome banquet. At 9 p.m., Li Chongqing's face was completely gloomy. Ren Juntang and the bodyguard beside him were also complaining. It's already 9 p.m. It's obvious that there's no dinner. What's going on? Isn't Mr. Li Gu Mangong's friend? Why isn't he even eating? The bodyguard said with a frown. Ren Juntang took out some snacks from his bag and gave them to the bodyguard. Li Chongqing did not eat them. At his level, it wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't eat for half a month. Looks like this subordinate of Gu Mangong is an interesting person. Li Chongqing walked back to the house and started cultivating. Although it was difficult to increase his strength by blindly cultivating at his level, cultivating was like breathing. It had long become a part of his life. The next morning, someone finally came to invite Li Chongqing and the rest for breakfast. After all, Li Chongqing was someone that Gu Mangong wanted to entertain. The other party did not dare to go overboard. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry. I was busy yesterday and forgot to prepare a welcome banquet for you. You're a magnanimous person. You won't blame me, right? Pang Tai walked over with a fake smile. Did he forget or did he do it on purpose? Li Chongqing slapped Pang Tai's outstretched hand aside. Pang Tai's face turned extremely ugly in front of his subordinate. He originally thought that no matter how unhappy Li Chongqing was, he would still be polite on the surface. After all, he, Pang Tai, was Gu Mangong's most trusted subordinate. However, he never thought that Li Chongqing would not give him any face at all. There were still many important people under Gu Mangong in the canteen. When they saw this scene, their faces were filled with anger. They had known Pang Tai for a long time, and Li Chongqing was ultimately an outsider. No one would side with him. Pang Tai's face alternated between red and green. Finally, he could not help but say, Mr. Li, I, Pang Tai, am a well-known figure in Nanyang. I hope you can take the initiative to apologize for what happened just now. After Pang Tai finished speaking, the several brawny men behind him all stared at Li Chongqing with unfriendly expressions. The smell of gunpowder was thick in the air. I'm Gu Mangong's friend. You didn't even prepare dinner for me last night. Aren't you afraid that your boss will blame you? Li Chongqing walked to a table in the canteen and sat down. Ren Juntang and the bodyguards were all trembling with fear. Although Li Chongqing knew Gu Mangong, and Gu Mangong had also asked Pang Tai to bring out such a big lineup to welcome Li Chongqing yesterday, none of them knew what the relationship between the two was. Now that they had offended an important person under Gu Mangong, if the other party turned hostile, they might not be able to leave Nanyang alive. They felt that Li Changxing's actions were too reckless. I already said that I didn't prepare dinner for you last night because I was busy and forgot. Why? It's just a meal. Do you want me to kowtow and apologize? That's right. Pang Tai snorted coldly. Yes, Boss Gu's friend. To be honest, I don't dare to do anything to you. However, I prepared this breakfast carefully. I don't want to give it to you, so please leave the canteen. Pang Tai pointed at the door. If not for the fact that he had not figured out the relationship between Li Changxing and Gu Mangong, he would have already attacked him. As Gu Mangong's #1 subordinate, who would dare to embarrass him in front of everyone? All right. Since I can't even eat, I think I'd better move out. At least my friends won't have to starve with me. Li Changxing instructed Ren Juntang and the bodyguard. You two pack up your things. We'll leave this place. Okay. Ren Juntang nodded hurriedly. Seeing that Li Changxing and Pang Tai had seen through him, he felt uneasy staying in this manner. So Mr. Li wants to move out? It's not that I want to chase you away. When the time comes, just don't complain to Boss Gu. Pang Tai said sarcastically. I definitely won't complain. However, when your Boss Gu comes back, if he wants me to move back, you'll have to kneel down and beg me. What did you say? Kneel down and beg you to come back? Li, who do you think you are? Even if you're Boss Gu's brother, based on the contributions I've made for Boss Gu all these years, he won't ask me to kneel down and beg him. Is that so? Li Changxing smiled, got up, and walked out of the canteen. At this moment, many people surrounded him. This brat is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? How dare he ask you to kneel down and beg him to come back? That's right. Who doesn't know that Master Pang is Boss Gu's right-hand man? How could Boss Gu have such a friend? What a joke. The surrounding people were discussing. Pang Tai looked in the direction where Li Changxing had disappeared, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. After leaving the manor, Li Changxing and the other two took a taxi to a 5-star hotel. They had originally planned to meet the leader of the organization who had confiscated their goods today, but now they could only settle down first. Mr. Li, originally, we had a 90% chance of getting the goods back under Gu Mangong's name. However, now that we can't use Gu Mangong's name to intimidate others, I'm afraid it'll be even more difficult to get the goods back. Ren Juntang said helplessly. Don't worry. Li Changxing comforted him. Even without Gu Mangong, it won't be difficult to get the goods back. Furthermore, who said that we had fallen out with Gu Mangong? We only offended one of Gu Mangong's subordinate. It doesn't matter. Gu Mangong will return to Nanyang tomorrow. At that time, he will bring that subordinate over to apologize. Let's go and have breakfast first, then we'll meet the young master of the family who wants to work with us. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Ren Juntang nodded his head. He didn't eat much the previous night, so he was indeed hungry. However, he didn't believe Li Changxing when he said that Gu Mangong would bring his subordinate over to apologize. What kind of person was Gu Mangong? How could he possibly bow down and apologize to someone? As for Pang Tai, as Gu Mangong's trusted subordinate, Gu Mangong would probably only reprimand him a little for Li Changxing's matter and forget about it. He might not even reprimand him. The way to control subordinates was to let them feel that they were valued. Only then would they be loyal to you. Ren Juntang was in charge of a large company and knew this very well. Therefore, he felt that Li Changxing had overestimated him. Chapter 640. The partner that Ren Juntang found was a maritime transportation company with dozens of cargo ships of various types under their name. They were very powerful. In Nanyang, there were all sorts of people, and the seizure of the Zhenke Group's goods was an example. Without the help of local forces, it would be extremely difficult to do business here. Cooperating with this company and borrowing their ships to transport goods was safe and worry-free. However, both parties were in long-term cooperation, so the price needed to be carefully discussed. This time, the person who came to negotiate was the general manager of this company, who was also the future heir of this family company. It was said that this person used to be a good-for-nothing and did not have a good reputation. Now that he wanted to take charge of the family business, there were many voices of doubt inside and outside the family. He was eager to prove himself in the family, and this cooperation with the Zhenke group was also very important to him. Ren Juntang brought Li Chongqing to the headquarters of the other party's company in Nanyang. As soon as they entered the company, the other party personally came out to greet them. The man looked to be less than 30 years old, and there were several company executives behind him. Now that he was the general manager of the company, he was giving Ren Juntang enough face by personally coming out to greet them. "Hello, Mr. Ren. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you're finally here. We've talked a few times through video calls, and now I see you in person. You're really charming." The other party came up and grabbed Ren Juntang's hand. He was incomparably friendly, and there was no arrogance and despotism in his behavior at all. He was more of a smooth and slick person. The so-called good-for-nothing was not simple-minded, but they were born with privileges that ordinary people did not have. They did not have to pay the corresponding consequences when they made a mistake, so their style of doing things was inevitably a little overbearing. Once a prodigal turned over a new leaf and turned over a new leaf, the excellent side of the family nurtured would be shown, just like the general manager, He Xian, in front of him. Under He Xian's lead and the company of several executives, they walked into the conference room and sat down. Because Li Chongqing's image was not that conspicuous, he was naturally thought of as Ren Juntang's assistant and did not communicate with Li Chongqing at all. After everyone sat down, He Xian said a few more polite words. Then, he asked the secretary next to him to bring a stack of contracts and handed it to Ren Juntang. "Director Ren, this is the content of the contract that I asked someone to draft. Take a look. If you think there are no problems, you can sign the contract. You are a big customer, and we are also a big family in Nanyang. If you and I cooperate, it will be a strong alliance. You can rest assured that with the He family's status in Nanyang, the goods that you choose to transport from us will definitely be safe. All right, I'll be counting on you in the future." Ren Juntang took the contract and began to flip through it. A contract between a large company like this must be read carefully. Sometimes, a single word difference could lead to a loss of millions. As he watched, Ren Juntang's brows gradually furrowed. "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" He Xian asked. Ren Juntang nodded. "Director He, I don't have any objections to the other contracts, but isn't the transportation price a little high?" Hearing Ren Juntang's words, He Xian immediately laughed and said, "I knew that Director Ren would definitely have objections to the price, but my price is very fair. Cross-border trade involves all kinds of relationship. It's not as simple as it looks on the surface. Not to mention anything else, just the 2 ports in Nanyang and abroad, as well as the various risks that may be encountered on the way, will actually cost more than double the money on the surface, so this price is already our bottom line. Can't it be lower?" Ren Juntang knew that what He Xian said was not simple, but the amount of money that would be spent was definitely much higher. There were several companies in Nanyang whose prices were actually lower than this, but those companies were not as powerful as the He family, and could not guarantee that the goods would be transported back without any damage every time. This He Xian was aware of this, so he opened his mouth like a lion and quoted such a price. "Director Ren, take a look at this." He Xian took out a piece of paper from the folder with a bunch of numbers written on it. "This is a rough list of the various costs for a round trip of our ship. Take a good look." Ren Juntang took it and placed it between him and Li Chongqing. When Ren Juntang saw the middle, he could not help but look at He Xian and said, "Among the various costs, just the unknown risks alone account for 1/3. "What do you mean by risk?" It was no wonder that Rin Juntang had this question. If the unknown risks were excluded, the price could be lowered by 30%, which would be 30 million yuan a year. The risks naturally refer to natural and man-made disasters, storms at sea, pirates, and various forces in Nanyang. Storms at sea and the like should not be borne by us. Even if we have to bear it, we should not bear all of it. Moreover, the Zhenka Group is not the only company looking for you to transport the goods. As for the various forces, what does that have to do with the Zhenka Group? The reason why we are looking for you to cooperate is because of your status in Nanyang. If all of this requires us to spend money, then I might as well open my own transportation company. Rin Juntang was a little unhappy. This time, he came with sincerity, but the other party was obviously not sincere. Haha. Don't be angry, Mr. Rin. If you think that the He family's price is a little high, you can also look for others to cooperate with. However, they don't want these costs, and I'm afraid they can't guarantee a 100% return of the goods to you. In the end, the risk will still be borne by the Zhenka Group. The other party's words made Rin Juntang speechless. Indeed, the reason why the last batch of goods was detained was because they looked for a small company. In the end, after the goods were detained, the company immediately ran away. Because Nanyang was a place where various forces were involved, after the other party ran away, Rin Juntang could not do anything. He could only bear the losses himself and think of a way to get the goods back. However, if he signed the contract just like that, Rin Juntang was a little unwilling. Mr. He, you are forcing me to cooperate with other companies. Don't forget your current situation. If I choose to look for other companies, then it will be difficult for you to find a partner as big as the Zhenka Group in a short time to consolidate your position in the company. This is not something that Mr. Ren should be worried about. He Xian leaned back and leaned on the chair with his hands behind his head. It seemed that he had Rin Juntang under his control. He did need the Zhenka Group to join to stabilize his position, but even if the cooperation with the Zhenka Group did not work out, it would not be a big blow to him. The Zhenka Group was not his only partner, but if he cooperated with the Zhenka Group, he would have a lot of benefit. The Zhenka Group was different. In the maritime logistics business in Nanyang, only the He family could guarantee the safety of the goods, so it became the Zhenka Group's only choice. Chapter 641. What should I do? Rin Juntang couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing. It seemed that he had no other choice. However, the cost of signing the contract was too high. Even if he was a business genius, he didn't know what to do at this moment. Originally, He Xian didn't care about Li Chongqing, but he felt a little strange about Rin Juntang's behavior at this moment. Did the general manager of a company need to ask for the opinion of a subordinate? Or was this young man actually a senior member of the Zhenka Group, one of the members of Rin Juntang's advisory group? One had to know that a good man had 3 helpers. Many company leaders would have their own team of advisors to give them advice and analyze the market. Li Chongqing thought about it and knew that it was time for him to come forward. It was obvious that Rin Juntang had been checkmated, so he could only rely on himself. Mr. He, the premise of cooperation between the buyer and the seller is integrity. We should sign the contract on the basis of equality and mutual benefit. As far as I know, you also need to cooperate with our Zhenka Group to prove yourself. As long as you are willing to lower the price, I think we can become good business partners. It seemed that he didn't expect Li Chongqing to stand up directly, but He Xian still shook his head and said, "We have already given the lowest price. There's no room for discussion." Li Chongqing shook his head. "Then it's a pity that I can't work with President He. However, if President He thinks that I won't be able to find a partner if I don't work with you, then I think President He has miscalculated. I can put it this way. After walking out of this door, we will easily find a partner with a satisfactory price." "Really?" He Xian chuckled a few times. Yes, there are many companies in the ocean transportation business in Nanyang, but have you forgotten how your last batch of goods was detained? I naturally have a way to get the last batch of goods back, and I promise that no force will dare to detain my Zhenka Group's goods on this route in the future. The reason why your He family is so confident is that you have connections among the forces in Nanyang. I promise that no matter which company cooperates with my Zhenka Group in the future, I can let them have the same connections as your He family. Really? He Xian couldn't help but laugh. My He family's connections are based on my decades of operation in Nanyang. Your Zhenka Group is indeed very rich, but do you think you can build such connections with money alone? Don't be naive. If it was really that simple, my He family wouldn't be the only one in the ocean transportation business. Then let's wait and see. It won't be long before you know that any company that cooperates with my Zhenka Group will become a maritime logistics company no weaker than your He family. After that, Li Chongqing stood up. I think there's no need for us to continue talking today. If your He family doesn't show any sincerity, there's no possibility of us cooperating in the future. At this moment, He Xian said, who do you think you are? It's not up to you to decide whether we can negotiate or not. Although He Xian thought that he had grasped the weakness of the Zhenka Group and was forcing them step by step, he didn't want this deal to really fail. After all, he also needed the Zhenka Group to prove itself. It was just that a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Of course he can make the decision. At this time, Ren Juntang also stood up and tidied up the documents on the table. He's the chairman of my Zhenka Group. So, Mr. He, think about it carefully. After that, Li Chongqing walked out of the conference room. He Xian didn't realize it until they stepped into the elevator. He didn't expect that the ordinary-looking young man next to Ren Juntang was the chairman of the Zhenka Group, and he was so young. Director He, is this deal going to fall through just like that? You know, if you win this business, many people will look at you in a new light. Zhenka Group is really powerful. Even if we lower the price by 30%, we can still make a lot of money. A middle-aged man next to him said, of course, I know the importance of this deal, but we can't rush things. The reason why the Zhenka Group chose to cooperate with us is that the partner they chose last time was too weak, so their goods were confiscated. Looking at the entire Nanyang Maritime Trading Company, our He family is the strongest, so they have no other choice. Even if they spend tens of millions of yuan every year, they can only cooperate with our He family. Otherwise, they can't afford the loss of their goods. Don't worry, it won't take 3 days for them to come back and beg us. Mr. He, what you said makes sense. If Zhenka Group spends tens of millions of yuan to sign a contract with us, those who oppose you will definitely shut up. Another person nodded and agreed. He Xian's eyes were full of pride. Humph! What a bullsh *T chairman. He's just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. How dare he be so rude to me today? Let's see how he will lower his head and beg me next time. After leaving the He family's company, Ren Juntang couldn't help but sigh. This He family is indeed a little too much. I also underestimated this playboy. However, if we don't cooperate with the He family, we really don't have a better partner in Nanyang. Those small companies are cheap, but they can't guarantee the safety of the goods. Even if we sign the contract, we can't do anything to them if they turn around and run away. It's okay, don't worry. Don't be fooled by the He family's arrogance now, as if we have to beg them. As soon as the relationship between Zhenka Group and Gu Mangong is exposed, they will have to come and beg us. With Gu Mangong's power in Nanyang, as long as he says a word, no one will dare to detain our goods. At that time, it will be a golden ticket to avoid death. No matter which company cooperates with us, it will be equivalent to opening up all kinds of connections in Nanyang without bloodshed. The results of the He family's decades of hard work will be achieved by that company in just a few days. In less than a year, the He family's monopoly will be broken. Not only will the He family lose this deal with Xinka Group, but they will also be replaced as the leader in the industry. When Ren Juntang heard Li Chongqing's thoughts, he didn't show any joy on his face. He knew that Li Chongqing wasn't wrong, but this result depended on the relationship between Li Chongqing and Gu Mangong. This time, Li Chongqing and Gu Mangong's subordinates had a conflict. It was rumored that Gu Mangong treated his subordinates like brothers. When the time came, between Pang Tai and Li Chongqing, who would Gu Mangong choose to side with? Ren Juntang didn't think highly of Li Chongqing. Chapter 642. At Nanyang Airport, a tall middle-aged man walked out accompanied by 2 bodyguards. He was dressed in casual clothes and was very tall. There was an air of arrogance between his eyebrows, giving people a very flamboyant feeling. He was like a sharp sword that showed off its edge. Even if he just stood there and did not speak, he gave people a sense of oppression. "Boss, the car is parked at the airport. I'll get it," a bodyguard said respectfully. Gu Mangong nodded. Soon, a Rolls-Royce drove over. He sat in the car and went straight to his manor. Half an hour later, the black Rolls-Royce drove into the courtyard through the gate. Gu Mangong could not wait to go to the lobby. At the entrance of the lobby, Pang Tai and a group of senior executives had been waiting for a long time. "Boss, you're back." Pang Tai hurried over. "Yes, it took me more than 10 hours to rush back. I've never been so anxious before." Gu Mangong strode into the lobby. Seeing that there was no one in the lobby, he looked at Pang Tai doubtfully. "Where's Mr. Li?" This, Pang Tai was a little hesitant. He had already come up with an excuse, but when Gu Mangong's gaze landed on him, he forgot all about it. "Mr. Li, he Pang Tai stuttered and did not dare to look into Gu Mangong's eyes. Gu Mangong's face instantly darkened. Thinking of his subordinate's nature, he could not help but say coldly, "Did you do something to make Mr. Li unhappy? Tell me quickly." When he said the last 2 words, Pang Tai's body suddenly trembled. Mr. Li was not satisfied with the environment in our manor and moved out. When Pang Tai finished speaking, Gu Mangong's eyes were already cold. He looked at the other subordinate. "What exactly happened? Tell me about it." The old man who was called out by Gu Mangong stood up, trembling in fear. "Don't lie to me. If I find out that you're lying, you'll have to bear the consequences." The old man, who had originally intended to speak up for Pang Tai, turned pale when he heard this. Trembling, he recounted the grudge between Pang Tai and Li Chongqing after his arrival. Although he couldn't help but defend Pang Tai during this period of time, it was mostly the truth. "You with the surname Pang, how dare you? I told you to treat Mr. Li like how I treat you, and this is what you did?" Gu Mangong's eyes burned with rage. "That Li Chongqing doesn't know the rules at all. I set up a formation to welcome him, but he didn't appreciate it. I, Pang Tai, am also a well-known figure in Nanyang, so I just gave him a small lesson." Pang Tai thought of the many contributions he had made for Gu Mangong over the years and felt that his position in Gu Mangong's heart was higher than that little brat's. Thus, he straightened his chest. But just as he finished speaking, Gu Mangong raised his hand and slapped his face. "Pa!" The sound was crisp, and Pang Tai's mouth was bleeding from the slap. "Pang Tai, you really have guts. You've done something wrong, yet you still speak with conviction. I'm really disappointed in you," Gu Mangong said angrily. "Now, follow me to the hotel where Mr. Li is staying. Kneel in front of the hotel and apologize to Mr. Li. If you invite Mr. Li back, I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf." "What if I can't invite him back?" Pang Tai blurted out. "If you can't invite him back, I'll give you a sum of money since you've followed me for so many years. You can find a place where no one knows you and live out your old age peacefully." Pang Tai's eyes revealed a trace of fear when he said this. He was now at the peak of his life. Asking him to retire was as painful as killing him. Pang Tai was stunned that Gu Mangong was going to treat him so cruelly just for that young man. Let's go. Gu Mangong sighed. Don't think that my punishment is too heartless. This is also because you've followed me for so many years. Otherwise, I would have thrown you into the sea to feed the sharks. With that, Gu Mangong strode out of the hall. The group of higher-ups hurriedly followed behind. Pang Tai reacted and couldn't care less about the shock in his heart. He knew that Gu Mangong was a man of his words and wouldn't go back on his words. If he couldn't invite Li Chongqing back, he was afraid that he would really have to leave the center of power and live out his old age peacefully. This was unacceptable for a person with great power and limitless glory. It was only now that he began to regret his actions. Li Chongqing, Ren Juntang, and the bodyguard took a taxi back to the five-star hotel they were staying at. The taxi had just stopped by the road when they saw many people crowding in front of the hotel. What happened? Why are there so many people crowding around? Ren Juntang was puzzled. Li Chongqing didn't say anything and walked forward quickly. When he got closer, he saw a few familiar figures. They were the few people he saw in front of Gu Mangong's manor yesterday. There's someone kneeling there. It looks like Pang Tai. Ren Juntang was surprised. At this moment Pang Tai, who was kneeling there, shouted, "Mr. Li, I was wrong. Please forgive me." What's going on? Pang Tai seems to be here to apologize. Ren Juntang was dumbfounded. Mr. Li is here. At this moment, someone noticed Li Chongqing and the rest. Countless gazes were focused on Li Chongqing and the rest. Move aside, move aside. A figure walked out from the crowd. The moment he saw Li Chongqing, he knelt down with a thud. "Mr. Li, I finally see you again." It was Gu Mangong. At this moment, his eyes were brimming with tears. The surrounding crowd and Gu Mangong's subordinates were all dumbfounded. Everyone knew that this was the famous Gu Mangong. Now, Gu Mangong actually knelt down in front of a young man and looked very emotional. Even Gu Mangong's subordinates were seeing this for the first time, let alone the surrounding crowd. When had the Emperor of Nanyang, Gu Mangong, ever lost his composure like this? "Get up, little Gu." Li Chongqing went forward and helped Gu Mangong up. At the side, Ren Juntang and the bodyguards felt as if they were in a dream. Li Chongqing actually called Gu Mangong little Gu, and looking at Gu Mangong's expression, he seemed to be enjoying it. What was wrong with the world? Mr. Li, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made you angry. Please punish me." At this moment, Pang Tai knelt in front of Li Chongqing and raised his hand to slap his own face. Li Chongqing looked suspiciously at Gu Mangong, who was beside him. Gu Mangong scoffed coldly. He dared to be rude to Sir. Letting him kneel is a light punishment. If Sir is still angry, then break his legs to teach him a lesson. After Gu Mangong said that, Pang Tai couldn't help but tremble. As Gu Mangong's trusted subordinate, he understood him the best. Since he said that, he definitely wasn't joking. "Mr. Li, I was wrong. I was wrong." Pang Tai's begging voice instantly increased by a few decibels. If Li Chongqing just nodded, he wouldn't be able to keep his legs. Chapter 643. All right, you don't have to cry in front of me. You were very arrogant in the morning. Li Chongqing said plainly. Pang Tai's slaps became louder. "Mr. Li, I was wrong. Please forgive me." All right. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Li Chongqing waved his hand. Seeing that there were more and more people around, he said coldly, "Get up first." Yes. Pang Tai had just stood up when he heard Li Chongqing say, "I feel that this hotel is quite convenient, so I won't be going back to the manor. This matter ends here. Gu Mangong, tell your men to go back." "All right." Gu Mangong nodded and was about to speak when he heard a thud. Pang Tai, who had just stood up, knelt on the ground again with a long face. Before he came, Gu Mangong said that if he couldn't invite Li Chongqing back, he could retire early. Originally, Li Chongqing had forgiven him and this matter was over. Now that Mr. Li said that he wouldn't be going back to the manor, he really wanted to die. What is this? Li Chongqing furrowed his brows. Gu Mangong leaned over to Li Chongqing's ear and whispered a few words. Li Chongqing glanced at Gu Mangong. I see. Then he said to Pang Tai, who was kneeling on the ground, get up. I won't be going back to the manor because I feel that I'm quite used to it. As for your matter, as long as I forgive you, Gu Mangong won't punish you anymore. Really? Pang Tai looked at Gu Mangong questioningly. Gu Mangong nodded. Mr. Li's words are equivalent to my words. However, whether you can keep your current position and not retire early depends on whether Mr. Li forgives you or not. Get up first. I have something for you to do. If you do it well, the grudge between us will be written off. If you don't, then don't blame me for being heartless. All right. Pang Tai stood up once again. Today, he had lost all his face. If he still could not maintain his position, then he could only accept his fate. The reason I came to Nanyang this time is because I have two things to do. One of them is that a company under my name imported a batch of goods from overseas. When I passed by Nanyang on my way back, it was detained by a local force. I want to take back the detained goods. As he spoke, he turned to look at Ren Juntang, who was still in a daze. Director Ren, tell Pang Tai about the power that detained our company's goods. Didn't he say that he's famous in Nanyang? It's a good opportunity for him to help us get our goods back. Okay. Only then did Ren Juntang react. His face was filled with ecstasy. Originally, he had come to Nanyang to ask for the goods. He knew that the other party would definitely not give up so easily and was prepared to pay a heavy price. However, with Pang Tai's help, it would be completely different. Pang Tai was Gu Mangong's second in command. If he stepped in, it would be easy to get the goods back. Not only would he not have to spend a single cent, but the other party might even have to apologize to him. After all, the title of Emperor of Nanyang was not for nothing. When Pang Tai heard that it was a power in Nanyang that detained Li Chongqing's goods, he felt relieved. In Nanyang, Gu Mangong was truly omnipotent. There was no power that Gu Mangong could not afford to offend. Pang Tai got up from the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. He had knelt for more than an hour, crying and slapping himself. Finally, it was not in vain. The person who detained our goods is called Zhao Dao. I've asked around and found out that he has quite a lot of power in Nanyang. It seems like there's someone backing him. Hearing Ren Juntang's words, Pang Tai laughed and said, so it's this guy. The person behind him is called Ao Sen, nicknamed the Dragon King. His strength can be ranked in the top 10 in Nanyang. That Zhao Dahu used to be a pirate, and after he joined Ao Sen, he stopped doing business as a pirate. However, when he ran out of money, he would still return to his old business. The company you chose was too small, so he had his eyes on you. In addition, he knows that you're not a local power, so I'm afraid he'll demand an exorbitant price. However, even his master, Ao Sen, has to be respectful when he sees me. Ren Juntang was overjoyed when he heard this. At this moment, Gu Mangong looked at Li Chongqing. Mr. Li, you said that there are two matters in Nanyang. This is a small matter that can be easily resolved. Logically speaking, you should be able to settle it with just a word. You must have other important matters, right? That's right. Gu Mangong, come with me first. Get your men to disperse first. Pang Tai, stay behind and come with me to get the goods. I want to see what kind of hero dared to withhold my goods. After Li Chongqing finished giving his orders, he and Gu Mangong went to a corner. Recently, I've been preparing to establish a cultivation sect and select some disciples with good martial arts aptitude. You've been operating in Nanyang for many years and have many eyes and ears. Therefore, I need to borrow your strength. You must do this well for me. All right. I'll do my best to complete Mr. Li's orders. Gu Mangong nodded his head, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. Mr. Li, you know that my men are all ordinary people. Even if they meet a cultivation genius, they might not be able to tell. It's a waste of talent. Don't worry. I've already made preparations. A stack of talismans that had been drawn appeared in Li Chongqing's hands. This is a spirit qi sensing talisman. Let your men hold it. This talisman can sense the spirit qi in a person's body. As long as it's a cultivation genius, even if they haven't embarked on the path of cultivation, their body will definitely produce spirit qi due to their special physique. Once this talisman discovers a life form with spirit qi, it will automatically burn. It's only a one-time use. I'll leave it to you. Gu Mangong took the talismans from Li Chongqing's hands. He took one out and examined it carefully, clicking his tongue in wonder. Gu Mangong was the only one among the 3 people who followed Li Chongqing back then who had a good cultivation aptitude. Before Li Chongqing's tribulation in his previous life, he had already reached the Xiantian realm. This time, he was already at the profound realm. The reason why Gu Mangong was able to reign supreme in the vast Nanyang was because he was resourceful, capable, and courageous. However, the most important reason was that he was a Taoist cultivator. How could ordinary secular forces resist the means of a cultivator? With that, Gu Mangong and Li Chongqing returned to their previous positions. Gu Mangong's men had already left. Only Pang Tai, Ren Juntang, and the bodyguard who was still standing there foolishly were left. With Gu Mangong's protection in Nanyang, his existence as a bodyguard was a little redundant. Alright, little Gu. Go and do what I've instructed you to do. I'll bring Pang Tai and Ren Juntang to ask for the goods. Li Chongqing made arrangements. Mr. Li, are you really not going to stay in my manor? Hearing Gu Mangong's words, Li Chongqing waved his hand. No, it's the same to me wherever I stay. You should understand. Gu Mangong didn't say anything else. After bidding farewell to Li Chongqing, he got into the car and left. Li Chongqing, Ren Juntang, and Pang Tai also set off to look for Zhao Dahu. Chapter 644. In a disco, because it was still daytime, it wasn't open yet. Only a few waiters were dozing off on the tables. Mr. Li, that Zhao Dahu usually stays in this place. This is the place he just opened this year. A Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the disco. Li Chongqing, Pang Tai, and Ren Juntang got out of the car. Pang Tai was a famous figure in Nanyang, but he was extremely respectful when he followed beside Li Chongqing. After this incident, he completely understood Li Chongqing's position in Gu Mangong's heart. He would never dare to offend Li Chongqing again. The chauffeur in charge of driving opened the door of the disco, and the few of them strode in. In the dim yellow room, a few waiters looked at the uninvited guests in shock. Soon, there was a series of footsteps from inside, and a few burly men rushed out. Who are you? What are you doing here? Nanyang was more chaotic, and there were killings almost every day. Although Zhao Dahu had some power in Nanyang, he had many enemies as well. He had a group of bodyguards with him at all times. I want to see your boss, Li Chongqing said. Immediately, a person jogged up to the second floor. Not long after, a fierce-looking man in a nightgown walked out, yawning. Soon, more than 20 people rushed out behind him. Who's looking for me? The man's gaze swept across Li Chongqing's group and frowned. He should be Zhao Dahu. Pang Tai crawled over to Li Chongqing and whispered in his ear. People like Zhao Dahu were not qualified to come into contact with him. Why are you looking for me? Zhao Dahu saw that there were only 5 people in Li Chongqing's group. Other than Ren Juntang's bodyguard and chauffeur, Li Chongqing's group seemed easy to deal with, so he was relieved. I'm the one looking for you, Li Chongqing said. Some time ago, you detained a batch of goods that were being transported from overseas to the mainland. Those goods are mine. I'm here today to ask you to return them to me. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Zhao Dahu's eyes revealed a hint of sharpness, but his expression did not change. He directly walked down to the first floor and sat down on a chair. A group of subordinates stood neatly behind him, looking very imposing. Even with Pang Tai present, Ren Juntang couldn't help but show some fear. In the end, he was only a merchant and had never seen such a scene before. Dark. So it's a guest from the mainland. Have you prepared the money? Zhao Dahu crossed his legs, took out a cigar from his pocket, put it in his mouth and lit it. He was very calm. This was his territory, and Li Chongqing and the others were outsiders. Of course, he didn't care about them. This Zhao Dahu indeed had some imposing manner. Ordinary people would not even dare to breathe loudly in front of him, but how could Li Chongqing be afraid of him? Of course. Li Chongqing smiled. We've troubled Mr. Zhao to help us look after our goods for more than half a month. How can we let Mr. Zhao work for nothing? As he spoke, he asked Ren Juntang to take out a bank card. There's 30,000 yuan in this card. Take it as Mr. Zhao's fee for his hard work. How about it? Li Chongqing pretended to hand the bank card to Zhao Da. When Zhao Dahu heard that Li Chongqing took the money, his face revealed a smile. However, when he heard that it was only 30,000 yuan, his face immediately darkened. Brat, 30,000 yuan, are you trying to dismiss a beggar? I don't have time to joke with you. I don't have time to joke with you either. 30,000 yuan is already giving you face. Those goods are ours. I don't need to spend money to take my own things. Li Chongqing also smiled coldly. The goods were detained by Zhao Dahu for half a month. How many things were delayed and how much money was lost? Looks like Mr. Zhao doesn't want the 30,000 yuan? Li Chongqing took back the bank card again. If you want to take away this batch of goods, you need at least 1 million yuan. According to my investigation, the value of this batch of goods is not cheap. If you don't take out 1 million yuan, then I'll sell this batch of goods to others. Zhao Dahu stood up slowly. I'll give you 3 days to gather the money. After 3 days, I won't wait for you. As he spoke, he was about to walk up the stairs. Wait a minute, Li Chongqing shouted. You don't need to give me 3 days. I won't give you 1 million yuan, but you must give me the goods today. What? Zhao Dahu's figure paused and turned around. His eyes revealed a bit of coldness. Brat, don't tell me you want to play hard with me? You're a foreigner. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how many eyes this Lord Ma has. As he spoke, he ordered a subordinate next to him. This brat has made me very unhappy since he entered the door. You go over and give him 2 slaps to wake him up. Okay. The burly man nodded and walked towards Li Chongqing with a sinister smile. Brat, how dare you be rude to our boss? I'll teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he raised his palm. This burly man was more than 9 meters tall. His large hands were like palm leaf fans. One could see that his hands were covered with calluses. At first glance, one could tell that he was a martial artist. His skills were probably stronger than the bodyguard hired by Ren Juntang. If this palm landed, an ordinary person would have a few teeth knocked out. The bodyguard felt that he was useless after coming to Nanyang. When he saw the other party coming, he stepped forward, wanting to help Li Chongqing block it. However, Li Chongqing shook his head, indicating that he did not need to move. When the other party's palm landed, he easily reached out and grabbed the other party's wrist. The difference in size between Li Chongqing and the other party was very large. However, when Li Chongqing grabbed the other party's wrist, the other party's hand could not be swatted down no matter what. At the same time, he wanted to withdraw his hand, but he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. It was as if an iron clamp was stuck. His face finally changed color. Originally, Zhao Dahu's subordinates were waiting to watch the show. However, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. F***ck. This brat has some skills. The burly man felt some pain from Li Chongqing's grip on his wrist. He immediately clenched his other hand into a fist and punched towards Li Chongqing. However, Li Chongqing grabbed his other wrist again. Without waiting for him to make his next move, Li Chongqing raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach. Immediately, the burly man took 3 steps back. Before he could stabilize his body, Li Chongqing had already stuck close to him like a shadow. With a simple Xingyi boxing move, his shoulder hit the other party's chest. In the next second, the burly man flew back and fell to the ground. The powerful force caused the entire room to shake. At this moment, Zhao Dahu's subordinates were all stunned. They did not expect Li Chongqing's skills to be so good. Even Zhao Dahu revealed a bit of surprise. Hee. No wonder you dare to come to my territory and behave so atrociously. Zhao Dahu's face had a cold smile. To be able to defeat my subordinates means that you are also an expert. Then I will give you a chance. Zhao Dahu took out a Type 54 pistol from his pocket and opened the safety. Since you dare to come to me, Zhao Dahu, for goods, then you should be prepared to die. Aren't your martial arts quite good? How about this, let's make a bet. I will shoot at you. If you can dodge the bullet, I will give you the goods. How about it, brat? Do you dare to bet? Chapter 645. You can't bet with him, Ren Juntang and Pang Tai said at the same time. To Ren Juntang, although Li Chongqing's move that sent the burly man flying was beautiful, he didn't think that a person's reaction speed could allow them to dodge a bullet. As for Pang Tai, he didn't dare to let Li Chongqing take the risk. If anything happened to Li Chongqing, Gu Mangong would skin him alive. Haha. Kid, if you don't dare to bet, then obediently give me $1 million. Don't waste my time and don't test my patience. In 3 days, either you give me the money or I sell the goods. I'll bet with you. Li Chongqing directly interrupted Zhao Dahu's words. What? Zhao Dahu suddenly opened his eyes wide. He just casually said that he wanted to use a gun to intimidate Li Chongqing. Who would have thought that Li Chongqing would actually dare to agree? Were all the youngsters nowadays so crazy? Ren Juntang and Pang Tai looked at Li Chongqing in disbelief. They thought, Li Chongqing must be crazy. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly, Zhao Dahu said with a face of surprise. I said, I agree to bet with you. Li Chongqing said word by word. Zhao Dahu couldn't help but laugh. There are really people who are looking for death these days. I've learned something new. Li Chongqing ignored Zhao Dahu's mockery. Instead, he said to Pang Tai and Ren Juntang, move aside. Make some space so you don't get hurt. Mr. Li, you can't. You don't have to be angry with Zhao Dahu, Pang Tai said as he was about to reveal his identity. Listen to me. Li Chongqing shook his head. You should have seen your boss's skills. Dodging a bullet is actually nothing. Li Chongqing's words made Pang Tai hesitate. He didn't believe in Li Chongqing, but he had seen his boss's miraculous abilities. Not to mention one gun, even 10 guns fired at the same time couldn't hurt Gu Mangong. But was this Mr. Li as strong as his boss? No wonder he was suspicious. Li Chongqing did not look like an expert at all. At this moment, Li Chongqing took a few steps forward and said coldly, open fire. You're courting death. Zhao Dahu was also a ruthless person, and his hands were stained with blood over the years. As soon as Li Chongqing finished speaking, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Ren Juntang and Pang Tai's minds went blank. Zhao Dahu had a cold smile on his face. However, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. This was because the moment Zhao Dahu opened fire, Li Chongqing had already disappeared from his previous position. When Li Chongqing reappeared, he was standing there unscathed. He had actually dodged the bullet. How is it, Boss Zhao? Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Li Chongqing said calmly. Only then did Zhao Dahu react. He did not hesitate to fire 3 shots at Li Chongqing's position. The bullets flew out in a triangle shape, locking onto Li Changxing's movements on the left and right. This Zhao Dahu was actually an expert with guns. However, in the next moment, Li Changxing's figure disappeared again. The 3 bullets still did not hit him. How is this possible? Zhao Dahu was just about to continue firing when he felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, the gun in his hand disappeared. Li Changxing had already appeared beside him. The gun was actually in Li Changxing's hand. Boss Zhao, you should be honest as a person. Li Changxing casually threw the gun at his feet. Then, he stared into Zhao Dahu's eyes and said word by word, "Now, get someone to return the goods to me. Otherwise, I can take your life at any time." Zhao Dahu subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Being stared at by Li Changxing made his hair stand on end. He had been in Southeast Asia for many years. He had heard that there were people who were strong enough to ignore guns. He always thought that people were exaggerating. He did not expect to meet such a person today. "Okay. I'll return the goods to you." Zhao Dahu really did not dare to gamble with his own life. With that, Zhao Dahu immediately called his subordinates to release the goods. Ren Juntang also called the person in charge of the transportation. After a series of operations, they waited for both sides to hand over the goods. Li Changxing and the others also found a place to sit down. They waited for the handover to be completed before leaving. Although Zhao Dahu was more than 10 meters away from Li Changxing, he did not dare to act rashly. He already had a shadow in his heart towards Li Changxing. "Do you think this Zhao Dahu will play some tricks? Is he going to give the goods to us so easily?" Ren Juntang said in a low voice. "It's okay. If he dares to play any tricks, let me deal with him." Pang Tai patted his chest and promised. This time, it was supposed to be his fault. He did not expect that he did not intervene from the beginning to the end. "Looks like you really need to deal with him," Li Changxing suddenly said and looked towards the direction of the door. Soon, a series of messy footsteps could be heard. A group of strong men in black rushed in. Each of them had a fierce aura. After seeing these people, Zhao Dahu's face immediately glowed. When he called his subordinates to release the goods, he had already hinted to them to get help. Now, help was finally here. "How dare you play with me, Zhao Dahu? Kid, you really don't know what's good for you." Zhao Dahu stared fiercely at Li Changxing. He was not afraid of Li Changxing's terrifying skills at all. Among the strong men who came in, a man who was dressed very seductively walked out. He was obviously a man, but his lips were painted red. His fingers were painted red with red nail polish. He gave off a very seductive feeling. After the other party appeared, Zhao Dahu immediately went up to him. In the office of the general manager of the ocean logistics, He Xian was listening to his subordinates report. This Li Changxing really went to look for Zhao Dahu to ask for the goods. With Zhao Dahu's character, I'm afraid that he will ask for an exorbitant price. This will teach him a lesson. Let him understand that although the transportation fee is higher when working with our He family, if he works with those small companies, his losses will be enough to make him vomit blood. Some money has to be spent. Mr. He is right. Just now, our people saw Song Mingli going to the Golden Shady Hall. The middle-aged man beside him said with a flattering face, "It's Dragon King Ao Sen's #1 general, Song Mingli. Why would he be alarmed?" He Xian's fingers tapped on the table. He did not understand. That Li Changxing probably used some connections to force Zhao Dahu to call out his backer. The subordinate guessed. "What you said makes sense." He Xian nodded his head. "I didn't expect that this kid from the mainland would have some connections in Nanyang. But since Song Mingli is involved, then this matter won't be so simple. Song Mingli is famous for eating people without spitting out the bones. I'm afraid that his ransom will be doubled. This is good too. The more he loses this time, the more he will recognize the situation. When the time comes, he will definitely come to our door and beg to work with our He family." That's right. He's just a foreigner. If he dares to fight with Mr. He, isn't he courting death? His subordinate flattered him in a way that was neither light nor heavy. Hsien couldn't help but laugh. He drank a mouthful of tea and instantly felt comfortable. Chapter 646. The young man walked into the disco, and Zhao Daho hurriedly greeted him. Master Song, you're finally here. This brat knows that I'm your man, yet he didn't follow the rules and threatened to kill me. After seeing Zhao Dahu, the young man's eyes showed a bit of disdain, but he still patiently let Zhao Dahu tell him the ins and outs of the matter. His eyes immediately lit up when he heard that Zhao Dahu had seized a ship worth tens of millions of yuan. Song Mingli was Dragon King Ao Sen's subordinate. Although he dressed like a sissy, he was famous for his ruthlessness. However, he was even more famous for his greed for money. He had an almost crazy obsession with money. You want to take the goods without spending a penny? How can there be such a logic in this world? Song Mingli took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands as he looked at Li Chongsheng. Zhao Dahu just said that you can dodge bullets. You're an expert. Only those who have reached the Grandmaster realm can have such strength. Although I don't have any Grandmaster realm experts under me, I brought a few rifles today. I wonder if they can deal with you? As soon as Song Mingli's voice fell, several strong men behind him walked out and pointed more than 10 guns at Li Chongsheng. Although Grandmaster realm experts in the secular world could indeed dodge bullets, there was a limit. For example, if more than 10 guns were fired at the same time, even the most powerful Grandmaster would be shot into a hornet's nest. Unfortunately, Song Mingli was wrong about one thing. Li Chongsheng was not a Grandmaster realm expert, but a cultivator who even Grandmasters regarded as gods. Moreover, with Pang Tai here, Li Chongsheng did not intend to show off his immortal magic for everyone to see. However, while Li Chongsheng was calm, Ren Juntang and the bodyguards next to him had extremely ugly expressions. They looked at Pang Tai at a loss. Quickly reveal your identity. Otherwise, if they open fire, we'll be shot into a hornet's nest. Pang Tai looked at Li Chongsheng with an inquiring gaze. Li Chongsheng did not say anything, so he did not dare to make a decision. Song Mingli had the situation under control. He wiped the chair beside him with a handkerchief and sat down. He asked Zhao Dahu, "How much ransom did you ask them to pay at the beginning?" 1 million. Zhao Dahu whispered. Goods worth tens of millions only need a ransom of 1 million. Tell them to take out 10 million or else sell the good. Yes, 10 million. Now that Zhao Dahu had a backer, his back was as straight as a pencil. Not only do I have to fork out 10 million, that brat who dared to threaten me earlier must kneel down and apologize to me, Zhao Dahu said with a sneer. Song Mingli nodded. Originally, he didn't like Zhao Dahu very much. However, seeing that Zhao Dahu had earned so much money for him this time, he allowed him to intimidate others. How is it? Get someone to transfer the 10 million to my card immediately. Otherwise, don't even think about walking out of this room today. Song Mingli took out a small mirror from his pocket and tidied up his hair. 10 million is a good suggestion. How about this? You give us 10 million as compensation for detaining our goods and delaying our work. Then I'll let you off. How about that? Li Chongsheng's voice had a tinge of playfulness. What did you say? Song Mingli, who was tidying up his hair, suddenly raised his head with a tinge of shock in his eyes. Zhao Dahu and the others at the side were also stunned. They thought to themselves, is this brat crazy? How dare he talk to Song Mingli like that? You want me to compensate you with 10 million? Brat, do you know what you're saying? Song Mingli licked his lips. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign that he was about to get angry. Of course, I know what I'm saying. Not only do you have to compensate me with 10 million, but you also have to kneel down and apologize to me. Li Chongsheng stood up. He was a little dispirited and felt that there was no need to continue pretending. It was like a person watching ants moving by the roadside. At first, he felt that it was quite interesting, but gradually he lost interest. "Brat, who gave you the guts to talk to me like that?" Song Mingli's eyes revealed a tinge of coldness. "It's him who gave me the guts." Li Chongqing pointed at Pang Tai, who was sitting there. "Who is he?" Song Mingli looked at Pang Tai and asked curiously. "Mr. Song, I think it's better for you to do as Mr. Li says. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even your boss will be harmed by you." "Who exactly are you?" Song Mingli frowned. When Pang Tai stood up, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. "Mr. Song, you're really forgetful. At the beginning of this year, I had tea with your boss. I remember that you were standing outside the door at that time. It's actually you." Song Mingli's expression changed drastically. He was Gu Mangong's #1 subordinate. The last time he met with his boss, he could only stand guard outside. "It's over. I can't believe I've offended him." Song Mingli's heart trembled. Although he was cold by nature, he knew who he could offend and who he could not. To be able to make a name for himself in Nanyang, he did not only rely on his cruel methods, but also on his ability to judge the situation. Pang Tai said coldly, "Mr. Li is our boss Gu's VIP. You dared to offend him and steal his goods. Mr. Li is magnanimous and only asked you to compensate 10 million and kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, with our boss Gu's temper, you, Song Mingli, will no longer exist in Nanyang tomorrow." As he said that, he said coldly, "Kneel down?" Song Mingli's body trembled. When he met Pang Tai's cold gaze, he gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground with a thud. "Kowtow 3 times and scram. Send the 10 million to the Gu Manor tomorrow." "Yes, yes. I'll definitely deliver it on time." Song Mingli kowtowed 3 times to the ground. There were bloodstains on his forehead. It was obvious that he had used all his strength. Seeing that Song Mingli was tactful, Pang Tai nodded and looked at Li Chongqing. "Mr. Li, how do you want to deal with him?" "Forget it. They're just a bunch of ants." However, that Zhao Dahu dared to go back on his words. "Just break one of his legs." Hearing this, Zhao Dahu was so scared that his face turned pale. He wanted to beg for mercy, but Li Chongqing had already walked out of the disco. Pang Tai, Ren Juntang, and the bodyguards followed closely behind. There was no need for Pang Tai to do something like breaking a leg. Song Mingli would do it well. Li Chongqing left after that. Zhao Dahu gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Song, I'm the one who caused this trouble. Please break one of my legs." Zhao Dahu was a tough nut to crack. Unexpectedly, Song Mingli shook his head. "You caused me to lose 10 million and offended Gu Mangong's people. They are magnanimous and only want to break one of your legs. However, we have to show our sincerity. Don't worry, your wife and children will not be implicated by you." Hearing Song Mingli's words, Zhao Dahu sat on the ground with a thud. His eyes were filled with despair. He knew that he was finished. Chapter 647. Li Chongqing didn't know what happened after he left. Originally, he thought that breaking Zhao Dahu's leg was already a severe punishment, but he didn't expect Song Mingli to be even more ruthless. Where are we going next? Pang Tai was finally able to play a role in this matter. His anxious heart finally relaxed. Moreover, after spending a long time with Li Chongqing, he found that Li Chongqing wasn't a difficult person to get along with. In addition, Li Chongqing's martial arts skills made him respect Li Chongqing even more. Next, we should find a maritime transportation company to cooperate with. Li Chongqing asked Ren Juntang to select a few shipping companies in Nanyang and finally chose a company called Yuanhua. The few of them went straight to the company's door to pay a visit. When the other party heard that Li Chongqing and the He family didn't come to an agreement, they didn't dare to cooperate with Li Chongqing at first, for fear of being suppressed by the He family. After all, the He family was an overlord in Nanyang, especially in the industry. But after knowing the identity of Pang Tai, who followed Li Chongqing, their doubts were immediately dispelled, and the two parties immediately signed the contract. Li Chongqing came to Nanyang to do two things. One was smoothly completed, and the next was to find a cultivation disciple. This kind of thing can't be rushed in a short time. After Li Chongqing and the others came out of Yuanhua, He Xian also received a message from his subordinate. What did you say? That Li Chongqing signed a contract with a small company? How is this possible? It must be that Li Chongqing deliberately released a smoke bomb to make us anxious. Don't pay attention to it, in 2 days he will come to beg me. He Xian hung up the phone with a sneer on his face. This surnamed Li has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, daring to play this game with me. It seems that I have to give him a higher price. Just as He Xian was talking to himself, suddenly the office door was pushed open, and a company executive rushed in. He Xian couldn't help but frown. What's the situation? Why are you in such a panic? Mr. He, I just received news that Zhao Dahu is dead. What? He Xian's eyes were filled with shock. What's going on? Tell me in detail. That Li Chongqing went to Zhao Dahu's place and seemed to have gotten into a conflict with Zhao Di. Because of this, Zhao Dahu even brought out Song Mingli, who knew that not long after Song Mingli went in, that Li Chongqing and the others left unscathed. Then, not long after, news spread that Zhao Dahu was dead. It seems that Song Mingli personally killed him. What's going on? Why would Song Mingli kill Zhao Dahu? What else did you hear? He Xian's mind was in a mess. I've sent someone to inquire about this from Zhao Dahu's disco. They said that Li Chongqing has a strong background and seems to be related to Boss Gu. You mean Gu Mangong? He Xian stood up from the chair with a ting sound and then slapped his thigh fiercely. It's over. This Li Chongqing is actually Gu Mangong's man. No wonder he's so arrogant. With Gu Mangong as his shield, he naturally doesn't need to cooperate with our He family. Moreover, no matter which company he finds, our He family won't dare to suppress that company. It's equivalent to obtaining a death exemption card. Soon, he will become our He family's competitor. What should we do? That executive was also a little dumbfounded. Just half a day ago, they were still waiting to see Li Chongqing make a fool of himself. They didn't expect the situation to change so drastically in the blink of an eye. The cooperation with Zhenke Group is the best choice that I can prove to the elders in my family. It can't be ruined like this. Call Ren Juntang and tell him that we are willing to lower the price to the lowest. We only hope that they can cooperate with us. Yes. That executive immediately nodded. However, after dialing the number, he hung up with an ugly expression after saying a few words. Ren Juntang said that they have already signed a contract with another company and won't change it. Moreover, our He family has no integrity at all and will not cooperate with us in the future. Sigh. He Xian scratched his head and only felt that there was a huge stone in his heart. Cooperating with Zhenke Group was very beneficial to him. It could make the elders in his family who were against him inheriting the family business shut up. Moreover, Li Chongqing knew Gu Mangong. If he could build this relationship and get to know Gu Mangong, it would be very beneficial to his entire family. It was a pity that he rejected such an opportunity. It was too late to regret it now. The matter of the goods had been settled. Ren Juntang and the bodyguard took a plane back to the mainland the next day. However, Li Chongqing didn't go back with them. Instead, he stayed in a villa with Gu Mangong. Sir, there is a spirit vein under this villa that is suitable for cultivation. I usually stay here. There were clouds and mist lingering in the villa. It was a scene that appeared when the concentration of spirit energy reached a certain level. Gu Mangong was Li Chongqing's most talented subordinate. Sir, when you disappeared back then, you left a letter saying that you would return one day. We all thought that you were lying to us. Gu Mangong was a little emotional when he talked about what happened 30 years ago. Back then, your appearance changed the fate of many of us. Qi Yu, Su Xiaolin, and Chu Yaotian. You even took Xiao Ji as your disciple. However, it was a pity that he was rebellious. In the 9th year after you left, he betrayed the sect and took away the treasured sword that you left behind. Back then, I went to reason with him, but he broke one of my fingers. All these years, I have been trying to track him down, but he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. However, I recently received some news that he seemed to have joined a mysterious force. I am currently sending people to investigate, but there are no results yet. Hearing Gu Mangong's words, Li Changxing went into deep thought. In his mind, a young and proud face gradually became clear. In his previous life, when he was traveling the world, he met Gu Mangong, Su Xiaolin, and Qi Yu. These 3 people were very much to his liking. Unfortunately, among the 3 of them, only Gu Mangong had the talent for cultivation. Qi Yu and Su Xiaolin could only be kings in the secular world at most. Li Changxing nurtured the 3 of them. Later on, when the 3 of them had just started their careers, Li Changxing met a 4th person, Ji Lushui. At that time, Ji Lushui was just an orphan, but he was born with an innate sword constitution. When Li Changxing first saw Ji Lushui, he knew that he was like a lone wolf in his bones, unwilling to submit to others. However, such a constitution was too special. In the end, Li Changxing could not help but take him in as his disciple. He hoped that even if he was hostile to the entire world, it would be enough for him to be grateful to his master. It was a pity that he had chosen the wrong person. Back then, Li Changxing casually created a sect called the Changxing sect. He became the sect master and planned to pass down his teachings. Before he went into a deep sleep, he handed the Changxing sect to Ji Lushui to manage. This was also a gift he left for his disciple. However, he did not know that 9 years after he went into a deep sleep, Ji Lushui's swordsmanship had reached great success. He directly changed the teachings left by Li Changxing and pushed Li Changxing's Changxing sect down from the altar. He also changed the name of the Changxing sect to the Xianyuan sect. He even took away Li Changxing's natal artifact from the forbidden area of the Changxing sect, completely betraying Li Changxing. Li Changxing's followers were furious. Gu Mangong, who was the strongest, went to find Ji Lushui to demand an explanation. However, he lost a finger. That natal artifact sword was refined with my blood. It will be found sooner or later. Investigate it well. If there is news of Ji Lushui, you must inform me immediately. Li Changxing said to Gu Mangong. Of course. Sir, you can stay in this villa first. I have already sent my subordinates to look for people with the potential to cultivate. However, there is only 1 in 10,000 ordinary people who can embark on the path of cultivation. I'm afraid it will take a long time to find anything. It's okay. I'll wait patiently. Li Changxing then stayed in Gu Mangong's villa with peace of mind. He cultivated in seclusion every day and lived a life far away from the city. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, Gu Mangong came to look for Li Changxing. Mr. Li, just yesterday, my subordinates found a genius disciple. The purple talisman that you gave him instantly burned to ashes. I plan to go and take a look myself. Hearing Gu Mangong's words, Li Changxing's eyes revealed a hint of joy. The talismans that he gave Gu Mangong were divided into white talismans, yellow talismans, and purple talismans. The white talisman was the lowest level, while the purple talisman was the highest. If the purple talisman burned on its own, it meant that the spiritual energy in the other party's body had reached a very rich level. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. The first was that the other party was an expert who had cultivated for many years. The second was that the other party had some kind of innate spiritual body or an unusual dormant bloodline in his body. That is a young man, only 15 years old. He has never had a master and his family is only an ordinary business family. Therefore, we can rule out the possibility that he has cultivated before. Gu Mangong was also a little excited. It had been 3 months and he had sent out wave after wave of subordinates, but they had not found anything. Today there was finally news, and it was very likely that the person was a cultivation genius. How could he not be happy? Chapter 648. Do you need me to go with you? Li Chongqing asked. Since the other party was very likely to be a cultivation genius, he wanted to take a look for himself. Mr. Li, I've come to find you this time because I need your help with something, Gu Mangong said. Over the years that I've been in Nanyang, my power has grown bigger and bigger. My subordinates are also a mix of good and bad people. They are divided into several camps and are fighting openly and secretly. Li Chongqing nodded. Wherever there were people, there would be conflict. Moreover, Gu Mangong was such a powerful force. How could there be no conflicts? Originally, I didn't care how they fought secretly. After all, I couldn't ask them to be of the same mind. However, I've taken in a foster son who is very compatible with my temperament. I plan to pass my foundation to him, and then find an old forest to cultivate in seclusion. I want to reach the Earth Immortal realm as soon as possible. I've wasted too much energy in the secular world over the years. Ever since I stepped into the profound finger realm, my cultivation has stagnated. However, ever since I took in my foster son, the various forces under me have started to become restless. Moreover, many of them have colluded with external forces. I'm afraid that once I leave Nanyang to cultivate in seclusion, there will be chaos within my camp. My foster son might not even be able to keep his life, let alone take over my foundation. These people aren't very capable in other aspects, but they are very good at scheming. Even I can't find out who is colluding with external forces. Recently, as my foster son has been taking over, many people with ulterior motives can no longer sit still and are ready to make a move. However, with me around, they don't dare to make a move. This time, when I leave Nanyang, I'm sure many people will show their tails. However, if I'm not around, my foster son won't be able to control the situation at all. Therefore, I'd like to ask Mr. Li to help me stay in Nanyang and lure those snakes, insects, rats, and ants out. Then, I'll catch them all in one fell swoop. After Gu Mangong finished speaking, there was some urgency in his eyes. What he meant was that he really treated his foster son as his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put in so much effort. All right, I'll help you. Li Chongqing nodded. Thank you, Mr. Li. When Gu Mangong heard Li Chongqing's agreement, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had always revered Li Chongqing from the bottom of his heart. From the first time he saw Li Chongqing more than 30 years ago until now, Li Chongqing's appearance had never changed. In the past, his strength was low, and he couldn't see through Li Chongqing's depth. But now, he was already a finger-profound realm expert. Standing in front of Li Chongqing, he still felt as if he was facing a vast ocean. He looked up to a high mountain, and he himself was as lowly as an ant. My subordinates don't know Mr. Li's strength, so once I leave, they will definitely not be able to hold back and make a move. Mr. Li, you have to remember one thing. You have to make them give themselves away, but you can't make it a complete mess. Otherwise, even if I can come back and clean up the mess, the foundation I built will be riddled with holes. I understand. Li Chongqing nodded. He knew that this was the main reason why Gu Mangong had put in so much effort to set up this trap. He wanted to ferret out those people with bad intentions, but he also didn't want his own power to be damaged too much. He wanted to hand over a prosperous empire to his adopted son. Then, Mr. Li, I'll set off now. I've already arranged for someone to pick you up tomorrow. I'll leave this place to you. Gu Mangong bowed to Li Chongqing, then turned and left. The next day, a black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the villa. A young man in a suit walked in. He was very handsome and had fair skin, but his face was cold, as if the whole world owed him money. Li Chongqing didn't need to think to know that this was Gu Mangong's adopted son, Shen Kuo. Father asked me to come. He must have already told you his plan. Next, we'll proceed according to the plan. The other party looked at Li Chongqing suspiciously and added, Father said that you can help me, but I don't know what you're good at. The other party obviously didn't believe Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing waved his fist. My strength is that my fists are hard enough. Is that so? I heard that you can dodge bullets, but in the end, you still needed He Xian to help you. Otherwise, if Song Mingli's subordinates fired at you together, you would have been shot into a sieve. After that, he gestured for Shen Kuo to get in. The other party didn't bring a chauffeur and drove here himself. Li Chongqing opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Shen Kuo frowned slightly. The back seat had always been for the leaders. Since Shen Kuo was driving, only Gu Mangong had the right to sit in the back. However, Li Chongqing was left behind by Gu Mangong to help him, so Shen Kuo didn't say anything even though he was unhappy. Today is the first day that Father left. I've already received news that many forces have started to take action. It seems that they have been suppressed for too long. They are like hungry beasts that can't wait to bare their claws and teeth once they smell blood. I don't know why Father kept you by my side. Is it to protect me? Actually, there's no need for that. I have more than a dozen bodyguards who are proficient in marksmanship. Even a professional assassin wouldn't have a chance to hurt me. If even my bodyguards can't block the attack, I don't think a martial arts expert like you would be of any use. Shen Kuo's words and actions gave people a feeling of being thousands of miles away. He was as cold as a piece of cold iron, which was completely different from Gu Mangong's arrogance. Shen Kuo didn't know why Gu Mangong chose him to be his successor and inherit his wealth. However, from Shen Kuo's words, it was obvious that he didn't know about the existence of cultivators. Otherwise, he wouldn't have doubted Li Chongqing's strength. There will be an internal meeting later. Father won't be here, so I'll host it today. It will also officially release a signal to all the forces with bad intentions that I will be in power. This signal will make those who are already ready to take action. I call this plan luring the snake out of its hole. However, Father won't be here, so I'm afraid there will be more snakes. In fact, I don't agree with Father's plan because the risk is too high. However, I will never oppose Father's words. I believe that he has his reasons for making such arrangement. Shen Kuo started the car as he spoke. He was very good at driving. The road wasn't flat, but Li Chongqing didn't feel any bump. Shen Kuo turned around and glanced at Li Chongqing. What he wanted to say was obvious. Li Chongqing was the only trump card that Gu Mangong had left for Shen Kuo. However, Shen Kuo didn't see how useful this trump card would be. However, Li Chongqing wouldn't explain anything. After this short interaction, he had some understanding of Shen Kuo. At first glance, Shen Kuo seemed arrogant and unapproachable. However, he listened to Gu Mangong's every word. Even though he felt that this plan was very risky, he still carried it out meticulously. This was what a loyal person was like. Shen Kuo thought back to the disciple that he had accepted back then. In terms of talent, he wasn't inferior to Zhuang Hua, who he had killed. However, he lacked the word loyalty. Perhaps Gu Mangong had chosen him because of Ji Lushui. When Li Chongqing had accepted Ji Lushui as his disciple, Gu Mangong had been the first to object, saying that this person was rebellious. However, Li Chongqing hadn't listened to him. The reason he took in such a godson was to tell Li Chongqing that he was the right one. This Gu Mangong's personality hasn't changed at all. After seeing through Gu Mangong's thoughts, Li Chongqing only felt that it was funny. Gu Mangong, Qi Yu, and Su Xiaolin were Li Chongqing's followers in name. However, they were also Li Chongqing's students. In the end, Li Chongqing had given Ji Lushui the status of master and disciple, but they hadn't received it. How could Li Chongqing not know that the three of them had some resentment in their hearts? Chapter 649. On the way, Li Chongqing sat in the back of the car and closed his eyes to rest. The car quickly entered the city and stopped in front of a tea house. The tea house was built in a Chinese style. Most of the decorations were made of wood, and the environment was very elegant. Shun Kuo led Li Chongqing to the innermost part of the tea house. Shun Kuo was obviously a regular here. A few waiters took the initiative to smile and greet him when they saw him. However, Li Chongqing saw a trace of fear in the waiters' eyes. As the saying went, power and status were determined by one's bottom. As Gu Mangong's adopted son, Shun Kuo was a very popular person in Nanyang. In the eyes of the waiters, he was no different from a high and mighty figure. Everyone inside is a veteran who has been with my adopted father for many years. Today is a semi-private gathering. In other words, it's called by my adopted father's #1 general, Pang Tai. However, everyone knows that this is my first step to the top. Don't speak rashly in case you cause trouble. Shun Kuo whispered to Li Chongqing as he walked. Li Chongqing didn't say anything. When they opened the door, there were more than 10 people sitting in the room. Their average age was above 40. Li Chongqing immediately recognized Pang Tai, who was sitting in the innermost part of the room. There were also a few people who looked familiar to Li Chongqing. When Li Chongqing and Shun Kuo entered, they immediately looked at the two of them in surprise. They couldn't figure out why Li Chongqing was here. Mr. Shun, as a junior, you made us wait for more than half an hour. Isn't that a little too much? Because Shun Kuo was the general manager of a company under Gu Mangong, the other party addressed him as Mr. Shun. Before the two of them could sit down, someone had already stood up to make things difficult for them. Today's meeting didn't bode well. Mr. Ma, you must be joking. I remember that the meeting time was 9 o'clock. There are still 2 minutes left. I'm not late. Shun Kuo smiled and sat down beside Pang Tai with Li Chongqing. Mr. Li. Pang Tai took the initiative to greet Li Chongqing when he saw him. Li Chongqing was also sizing up Pang Tai. Among the people present today, Pang Tai clearly held an important position. However, Li Chongqing did not know which faction he belonged to. Did he support Shun Kuo, or was he as ambitious and scheming as the others? Although Li Chongqing's Tao was profound, he could see through all things in the world, but he could not see through people's hearts. However, since Pang Tai had greeted him, Li Chongqing returned a smile. The old man who had spoken earlier, however, looked at Li Chongqing with hostility in his eyes. Your boss Gu's friend? Today is our internal meeting. Isn't it inappropriate for an outsider like you to be here? The other party was like a hedgehog with thorns all over its body. He had shown hostility toward Shun Kuo as soon as he entered, and now he was pointing his spear at Li Chongqing. Clearly, Li Chongqing and Shun Kuo had entered together and were considered enemies. The enemy of a friend is a friend, and the friend of an enemy is naturally an enemy as well. Foster father asked him to accompany me. Shun Kuo said coldly. Although he did not think that bringing Li Chongqing would be of any use, Li Chongqing was still on his side, so he had to protect him. That's enough. Everyone, be more polite. We're all family. Don't be hostile. Another chubby guy squinted his eyes as he spoke. His eyes narrowed into small slits, giving people a sense of intimacy. Li Chongqing could clearly sense the deep fear in Shun Kuo's eyes. Clearly, Shun Kuo thought that this guy with squinty eyes was more threatening than the old man with thorns all over his body. Boss Jean is right. Everyone should be more polite. A scholarly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke. He was the youngest and most handsome person present besides Shenhua. Gu Mangong had once said that he had a scholarly general under him. He was young but very intelligent. He was in charge of managing the intelligence network established by Gu Mangong's subordinate. He was very loyal to Gu Mangong, but he did not support Gu Mangong's foster son, Shenhua. They even had many conflicts in the dark. Li Chongqing finally figured out the identities of these people. The old man with thorns all over his body and the smell of gunpowder was the true elder who had followed Gu Mangong to conquer the world. His surname was Ma, and his name was Ma Fei. People called him Lord Ma. He was vicious and had a bad temper. He was infamous for being vicious and merciless. The chubby guy with a face full of fat was surnamed Jean. People called him Smiling Tiger. The scholarly middle-aged man was called Gong Zhu Hong. These three people, together with Pang Tai, were called the four great generals under Gu Mangong. However, they were different from Pang Tai. Although Pang Tai held great power, he relied on Gu Mangong's attention. He was like the imperial bodyguards of ancient emperors. As for the other three, they were more like officials of the border, establishing their own small kingdoms under Gu Mangong. These four people were the biggest obstacle to Shenhua's ascension. This was because once Gu Mangong was not around, Shenhua's experience and methods would not be enough to control them. I asked Mr. Pang to gather everyone here because I have something to tell everyone. My foster father left Nanyang yesterday and asked me to take over the work in Nanyang. I hope that everyone can cooperate with me in the future. Shenhua cleared his throat and spoke. Of course. Who asked you to be Boss Gu's foster son? Lord Ma's tone was still sarcastic. However, Shenhua did not mind. He seemed to be used to it. He continued, it's like this. My foster father left this time with the intention of letting me take over all the businesses under his name. The next time he comes back, he will not interfere with the company's matters. Shenhua threw out a huge bomb the moment he opened his mouth. It could be seen that everyone's expression had become strange. This was also something that Gu Mangong and Shenhua had discussed. As long as they knew that Shenhua was going to take over Gu Mangong's businesses, these ambitious people would not be able to resist taking action. This was because once Shenhua stabilized his position, it would not be easy for them to rebel. You, Shenhua, are Boss Gu's foster son. Since Boss Gu wants you to take over the businesses, we naturally have no objections. Lord Ma said coldly. The others did not say anything. Whether they were willing or not, it was obvious that no one wanted to jump out to oppose Shenhua at this time. They were all smart people. No one wanted to be the first one to be shot. Today, in addition to announcing this matter, there is another thing that I called you here. The newly opened branch companies lack management personnel. I want to transfer some people from your companies. Here is a list of personnel changes. Take a look. Shenhua pushed out a folder. After everyone had read it, the faces of a few people had completely darkened. Transferring people in the name of setting up a new company to weaken their strength. This was the second big bomb that Shenhua threw out. As long as one had the intention to seize power, they would never watch as their power was weakened. Gu Mangong's plan was very simple. He wanted to force his subordinates to rebel. Mr. Shen wants to transfer people to the new company. Of course, I have no objections. However, Dai Xin is my top general. Isn't it a bit too much to transfer him to the new company as the security manager? One of the founding members said unhappily. Yes, Xiaolong is my nephew. He is the vice president of my company. How can you ask him to run the construction site of the new company? How can you do this? I don't agree with this list. I don't agree with it either. Once someone started, everyone's emotions exploded. The room was in a mess. In particular, several founding members stared at Shenhua and slammed the table. Shenhua opened his mouth several times, but his voice was drowned out. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Shen Kuo finally panicked. After all, he was still too young. How could he be a match for these old foxes? Chapter 650. All of you, shut up. Just as Shen Kuo was at a loss under everyone's questioning, Li Chongqing suddenly slammed the table and stood up. The table made of solid wood cracked by a finger's width, and a loud boom reverberated in the room. The messy room instantly fell into silence. Even Shen Kuo was shocked by Li Chongqing's actions. His eyes were filled with doubt as he did not understand what Li Chongqing was trying to do. Everyone was stunned as they stared at Li Zhongshan in astonishment. Before Gu Mangong left, he had already passed the authority to his adopted son, Shen Kuo. Naturally, all of you have to listen to his orders. This list of names is not for your opinions, but for you to carry out the orders. Therefore, all of you had better shut your mouths and carry out the orders obediently. Borrowing the momentum created by Li Chongqing's slamming of the table, for a moment, everyone's gazes were somewhat evasive. Shen Kuo looked at Li Chongqing in surprise. Gu Mangong had asked Li Chongqing to stay behind to help him. In fact, he did not look down on Li Chongqing. However, when he thought about his performance just now and looked at Li Chongqing, he could not help but feel a little ashamed. At the very least, Li Chongqing was able to react in time in the face of chaos. This was better than him. However, he was also very worried. Gu Mangong's subordinates were all old foxes. Just now, Li Chongqing had caught them off guard, which was why he had managed to intimidate them. Once they reacted, it would be useless. Indeed, after being stunned for a few seconds, Ma Fei laughed coldly. Who do you think you are? Even if you are the boss's guest, you have no right to speak. Lord Ma looked at Li Chongqing sinisterly. He was already very unhappy that Li Chongqing, an outsider, had come to attend such an internal gathering. Now, Li Chongqing actually dared to reprimand him. He was simply courting death. After Lord Ma's words, many people reacted and looked at Li Chongqing with unfriendly expressions. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze, as if a storm was brewing. Pang Tai, who was sitting next to Li Chongqing, had a complicated look in his eyes. In fact, he was the first to have a grudge against Li Chongqing. However, after seeing Li Chongqing's performance when he went to ask for the goods, Pang Tai had some appreciation for Li Chongqing. However, he still couldn't help but shake his head. The last time he went to find trouble with Zhao Dahu, it was because Li Chongqing had Gu Mangong as his backer. 100 Zhao Dahus wouldn't be enough to trample him to death. But now, the situation was different. This was an internal matter of the Gu Corporation, and Li Chongqing was just an outsider. If he were to stand out now, he wouldn't know his place. Before Gu Mangong left, he came to find me and asked me to help Shen Kuo. Gu Mangong also said that if anyone dared to oppose him, it would mean that they had ulterior motives and could be dealt with as they pleased. At this point, Li Chongqing's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ha! Dispose of them at will? Why, do you dare to kill me? Ma Fei slammed his palm on the table. However, he didn't have the same power as Li Chongqing. He sucked in a breath of cold air and felt pain in his palm. However, a bodyguard had already stood up behind him. These people who followed Gu Mangong had gone through a lot of bloodshed in Nanyang. Which one of them didn't have a few experts under them? Do you think I don't dare? Li Chongqing sneered. He suddenly grabbed the chair beside him and threw it out. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. They saw the bodyguard standing beside Ma Fei get hit by the chair. The chair instantly shattered into pieces, and the bodyguard was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall behind him. The entire room shook slightly. You dare to touch my people? Ma Fei didn't expect Li Chongqing to dare to make a move. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Li Chongqing casually grab a teacup from the table and throw it out. Whoosh! The teacup flew out like a sharp arrow and nailed itself to the wooden decoration behind it, making a buzzing sound. The next moment, drops of blood could be seen dripping down from Ma Fei's ears. When he turned around and saw the ceramic teacup that was deeply embedded into the wood, he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If the teacup had been slightly slanted, it would have hit his head. Ma Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His legs turned to jelly. Previously, he had heard that Li Changxing could dodge bullet. However, hearing about it and witnessing it with his own eyes were two different things. Gu Mangong did say something like that. If any of you don't believe me, you can call your boss Gu to verify it. Just now it was just a warning. If there's a next time, no matter how much power you have under you, I guarantee that I'll let you die easily. Li Changxing's words were understated, but there was an unquestionable tone in his tone. This made everyone present feel fearful. In ancient times, a swordsman could kill a person in 10 steps and leave no trace behind for 1,000 miles. Within 3 steps, he could wipe out an entire nation. At this moment, Li Changxing was like that. No matter how much power you had, if I wanted to kill you, no one could stop me or save you. Everyone present looked at Li Changxing with fear in their eyes. They felt that he was a lunatic. However, no matter what they thought, in this room, no one dared to say a word. Just like that, the situation was suppressed. After a long silence, the smiling tiger with the surname Jean finally chuckled and said, "We're all family. Why are you so nervous? Since it's Boss Gu's intention, we, as subordinates, naturally have no objections. Isn't it just a transfer of personnel? When I go back, I'll let my subordinates report according to the names on the list. However, these are troubled times and Boss Shen is still young. If all of our people are transferred away, it'll be like we're missing an arm or a leg. If anything happens, I'm afraid Boss Shen will have to bear it alone. We have the will, but we don't have the strength." The smiling tiger's words were clearly a threat. "Alright, Boss Jean is still the sensible one. What about the rest of you?" Li Changxing saw Shen Kuo frowning and knew that this guy might have some ability to catch Gu Mangong's eye. However, he was still too young. Thus, he did not place any hopes on him and spoke directly. "Of course we'll listen to Boss Gu. However, just like Boss Jean, Nanyang is not peaceful. Since Boss Shen has taken away our power, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if something happens." Another person said coldly, "That's not something you should worry about." After Li Changxing finished speaking, everyone present took their leave. They said that they would transfer their capable subordinates to Shen Kuo according to the names on the list. Even Ma Fei said the same thing. However, from his gaze, Li Changxing could clearly see a threat, warning, and a trace of killing intent. This guy wants to attack me. However, these people handed over their power so easily. I'm afraid it's not that simple. As Li Changxing was thinking, the phone in Shen Kuo's pocket rang. After Shen Kuo hung up the phone, his entire face had turned purple. It was extremely ugly. What's wrong? Li Changxing's eyes were filled with doubt. However, Shen Kuo's eyes were filled with disappointment. I just received news that because my foster father left Nanyang, a few local families took the opportunity to attack him. Many of his businesses suffered heavy losses. Gu Mangong has been in Nanyang for so many years. How could he be so easily shaken? Li Changxing furrowed his brows. Originally, it would not be easy for those families to work together. However, during the meeting, we wanted to weaken the power of a few founding members. Those founding members were angry and slacked off. In just a short while, they had already lost tens of millions. Just as they were about to weaken the power of a few founding members, this happened. Li Changxing did not believe that it had nothing to do with those people. Now that the Gu organization was facing a huge crisis, they could only give up on the plan. If that happened, the plan would be considered a complete failure. My foster father gave me his businesses, and now, such a huge mess has happened. It seems like I'll have to apologize to Ma Fei and the rest. Hearing what Sun Qua said, Li Chongqing shook his head. No. If you give in this time, not only will the plan fail, but your reputation will also be greatly reduced. It'll be difficult for you to do anything in the future. Li Chongqing shook his head. Is there no other way other than begging them? You don't understand. Sun Qua said angrily. It's the Lin family from Nanyang who's attacking us this time. The head of the Lin family, Lin Huang, is a terrifying person. He has a huge network in Nanyang. To put it bluntly, a third of the families in Nanyang will follow him. If the GU organization works together, of course, we won't be afraid of him. However, if the founding members don't plan to help, the GU organization will suffer heavy losses. Since Lin Huang is their core member and they rely on him to gather them, if Lin Huang suddenly dies, won't the crisis be solved? A smile appeared on Li Chongqing's face. He did not know anything about business, but killing was much easier for him. What did you say? Sun Qua was stunned. He then laughed out loud and said, Mr. Li, who do you think Lin Huang is? He has a lot of elites around him. If it's so easy to kill him, my foster father would have killed him long ago. Since even my foster father can't do anything to him, who do you think you are? Do you think you're so great just because you can dodge bullets? To be honest, Lin Huang has a lot of elites around him, and many of them know how to dodge bullet. Sun Qua shook his head. His mind was in a mess, and he did not treat Li Chongqing nicely. He thought that his foster father had given him an assistant who did not think before speaking. It was ridiculous that he thought he was invincible just because he knew some martial arts. Chapter 651. You don't seem to believe that I can kill the master of the Lin family. Li Chongqing raised his eyebrows at Sun Qua's question. Sun Qua was Gu Mangong's godson, but he did not like Lin Huang at all. Initially, Lin Huang did not want to fight with a kid, but Sun Qua's attitude pissed him off. I just don't believe that you can kill Lin Huang. Do you know what kind of person he is? How dare you talk to him like that? Sun Qua said coldly. Li Chongqing sometimes wondered if Sun Qua had facial paralysis, as he always had the same expression on his face. Then, I'll kill him for you. He's just the master of the Lin family. Li Chongqing stood up and said to Sun Qua, Let's go. Help me find out where Lin Huang is now. I'll take his life. Sun Qua was shocked when he saw that Li Chongqing was really going to kill the master of the Lin family. He shook his head and said, Forget it. Stop fooling around. You're my godfather's man. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to answer to him. This kid still doesn't believe in himself. Li Chongqing gritted his teeth and said with a grim expression, Your godfather asked me to take charge of Nanyang. You have to listen to me. If I ask you to find out Lin Huang's location, you have to do it. Are you going to disobey your godfather's orders? Li Chongqing knew that this guy with facial paralysis was extraordinarily stubborn. Only by mentioning Gu Mangong would he be able to control him. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Sun Qua sighed even though he was very reluctant. All right then, I'll tell you where the master of the Lin family is. He's hiding in the Lin family's mansion. All these years, the Lin family has been going against my godfather. He's afraid that my godfather would send someone to assassinate him. Normally, he wouldn't leave the mansion. There are many experts in the Lin family's mansion. All these years, my godfather couldn't do anything to him. So, are you happy now? If you think you're good at martial arts, why don't you go to the Lin family's mansion? I'm afraid that you'll be shot to death as soon as you step into the mansion. Sun Qua's face lit up with delight as he spoke. In his opinion, Li Chongqing was a useless person, but he relied on his adoptive father's friend and used his adoptive father to suppress him. Don't you want the location of the Qin family's patriarch? I've already told you, but the Lin family is like a tiger's den. What can you do? When Li Chongqing saw the smug look in Sun Qua's eyes, He didn't say anything. He just walked out of the room. Where are you going? You offended a few elders at the meeting today. Be careful, they'll teach you a lesson. However, Li Chongqing just waved his hand at Shen Kuo. Of course it's to kill the head of the Lin family. The person who can deal with me, Li Chongqing, hasn't been born yet. Shen Kuo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had just said that the Lin family head was hiding in the Lin family's courtyard, but Li Chongqing still said that he was going to kill the Lin family head. Shen Kuo naturally didn't believe him. This guy, how could the Lin family's patriarch be killed so easily? After Li Chongqing left, Shen Kuo let out a sigh of relief. Leaving Li Chongqing by his side was like having a mountain on his head. He couldn't wait for Li Chongqing to stay away from him. After leaving the tea house, Li Chongqing took a taxi and headed straight to the Lin family's mansion. Since he dared to go against Gu Mangong and was still safe and sound after so many years, it was reasonable that Gu Mangong was just an ordinary businessman who couldn't do anything to him. However, Gu Mangong was a cultivator. Moreover, he was a profound realm expert. In the entire world, he could enter the ranks of the top experts. If a cultivator wanted to kill an ordinary person, it would be as easy as pinching an ant. However, Gu Mangong couldn't do anything to him after so many years. It could only mean that there was someone in the Lin family who could fight Gu Mangong or something that could threaten Gu Mangong. Li Chongqing dialed Gu Mangong's number. It was noisy on the other end of the phone and there was the sound of the wind. It was obvious that Gu Mangong was outside. Mr. Li, I'm here. I'll be able to see the genius disciple soon. The signal here isn't good. Gu Mangong reported. He had always done his best for Li Chongqing. Not bad. Li Chongqing nodded and said, Is the Lin family a cultivator family? Otherwise, how could they fight against you for so many years? No. Gu Mangong shook his head and said, The Lin family is just an ordinary business family, but Lin Huang's grandfather once saved a cultivator. That cultivator later became a consecrator of the Lin family. That cultivator was a profound realm expert, and his strength was no weaker than mine. I once thought of directly killing Lin Huang and destroying the Lin family, but I met that old man, and in the end, we tied. I understand. Are you preparing to? Gu Mangong sounded excited on the other end of the phone. He actually wanted Li Chongqing to help him get rid of his biggest threat, but he didn't dare to ask. Now that Li Chongqing wanted to go to the Lin family, how could he not be happy? It was just the Lin family. Li Chongqing could deal with them easily. The taxi stopped in front of the Lin family's mansion. There were tall walls and there were two majestic stone lions at the entrance. The bronze-colored door was very imposing. Li Chongqing knocked on the door. Soon, footsteps could be heard. The door opened and a young man walked out. He frowned and said, Who are you? Why did you knock on the door? I want to see Lin Huang. Li Chongqing told him his purpose of visit. Even if other people wanted to assassinate someone, they would do it secretly. Who would be like Li Chongqing, who would openly knock on the door and enter through the front door. Therefore, the young man who opened the door did not expect Li Chongqing to be there to kill. Instead, when Li Chongqing said Lin Huang, he looked respectful and spoke politely. Indeed, there were not many people who dared to call Lin Huang by his name in Nanyang. If the person was a friend of the Lin family's master, he would be in trouble. May I know who you are? The young man looked suspicious. Li Chongqing came alone, and he didn't seem to be a high-ranking person. Moreover, he had been a gatekeeper for the Lin family for 6 years, and he knew all the regular friends of the Lin family. In his memory, there was no such person as Li Chongqing. Tell Lin Huang that he's here to welcome me personally. What? The young man could not help but frown. Lin Huang was someone who could fight with Gu Mangong in Nanyang and had a high status. However, the young man asked him to welcome him personally. Although the young man was confused, he did not dare to delay. Yes, sir, Please wait for a moment. I'll go in and report. Then, he signaled his two colleagues who were standing not far away to wait on Li Chongqing. At the same time, he wanted them to keep an eye on Li Chongqing. He then walked in quickly. Chapter 652. Mr. Lin, our boss Ma said that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gu Mangong is not in Nanyang, and his adopted son actually wants to weaken the authority of the elders at this time. Even those who are loyal to Gu Mangong have resentment in their hearts. This time, if we work together, we will definitely be able to take over Gu Mangong's foundation. In the Lin family's guest hall, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa. If Li Chongqing saw this person, he would recognize that this was the bodyguard who was next to Ma Fei and was hit by Li Chongqing with a chair. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was injured. However, there was a strange light deep in his eyes. Since Ma Fei had colluded with Lin Huang, he would be the hero if they succeeded in the future. He would no longer have to be a slave and could be the master of his own family. Compared to that, the injury that he suffered was nothing. Opposite the middle-aged man was an old man with white hair. He was in his 50s and wore loose white clothes that seemed to be made of silk. He had a string of prayer beads around his neck and a pair of walnuts in his hand. It was the master of the Lin family, Lin Huang. Gu Mangong is cunning. He suddenly left Nanyang and gave his godson Shen Qua the power of the elders. Could there be a trap? Lin Huang frowned. He had been fighting with Gu Mangong for many years. He had witnessed Gu Mangong's rise in Nanyang with his own eyes. He was very afraid of Gu Mangong. If not for the high priest in the family, he would not have dared to go against Gu Mangong. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. The reason why Gu Mangong left Nanyang was to let his adopted son take over his business and weaken the influence of the elders under him. This was the same as burning the bridge after crossing the river. Gu Mangong pretended to hide and let his adopted son do these things just to fulfill his hypocritical reputation. However, he didn't know that he would ruin the empire he had built for himself. As the both of them were talking, a subordinate rushed in to report. "Master, there's someone outside who wants to see you. He said that he wants you to welcome him personally." This time, Lin Huang was shocked. Did he say who he is? Indeed, the master of the Lin family dared to ask him to welcome him personally. Lin Huang thought hard but could not figure out who it was. "We might as well go out and take a look." Lin Huang stood up and a servant immediately went to get his coat. "Mr. Lin, I think it's better to be cautious. What if it's an enemy? You're a precious person. You can't take the risk." One of them hurriedly advised. "It's fine. As long as Gu Mangong isn't in Nanyang, I have nothing to be afraid of. Didn't they say that it was a young man? It's definitely not Gu Mangong. Don't worry." The middle-aged man nodded when he heard what Lin Huang said. All these years, Gu Mangong and Lin Huang had been fighting both openly and secretly. Both of them wanted to get rid of the other, but they could not do anything to each other. Lin Huang's confidence was not baseless. At the entrance of the mansion, Li Chongqing was chatting enthusiastically with the two gatekeepers. When the gatekeeper heard the words of the young man who had opened the door, he was afraid that he would neglect Li Chongqing, so he waited at the side. However, they didn't expect Li Chongqing to be such a talkative person. He rambled on, and was very familiar with the lives of people at the bottom of society. A few heartfelt words from him made the two of them completely let down their guard. "You're saying that the old man who follows your master is not in the Lin family's mansion?" Li Chongqing was surprised. "Yes, I saw President Lin's driver send the old man out of the Lin family's mansion a few days ago. Since he left, the old man has not shown himself. We open the door every day, but we didn't see him come back." "I see." Li Chongqing looked slightly disappointed. He heard that there was an expert in the Lin family. Initially, He wanted to help Gu Mangong get rid of the threat. However, he could not believe everything the gatekeeper said. It was too easy for an expert who could fight Gu Mangong to not be discovered by the two gatekeepers. Right at this moment, a series of footsteps came from inside. A group of people walked out in a grandiose manner. "Who's here to see me?" Lin Huang walked in front. When he saw Li Chongqing standing there, he was shocked. He was sure that he had never seen this person before. However, the moment the bodyguard saw Li Chongqing, he walked towards Lin Huang and said softly, "Mr. Lin, he's the young man that Gu Mangong left behind to help Shen Kuo. He's a martial arts expert." The middle-aged man recalled the scene where Li Chongqing had hit him with a chair. He could not help but feel terrified. "You're really here to deal with me? How dare you come here so casually? You're looking down on the Lin family." Lin Huang's eyes turned cold. However, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he signaled his men and walked towards Li Chongqing. He was not afraid that Li Chongqing would attack him. "I heard that you're Gu Mangong's friend. Why are you looking for me?" Lin Huang stood not far away from Li Chongqing with a playful look in his eyes. As for the two guards who were chatting happily with Li Chongqing, their faces turned pale. They felt their legs go soft and almost fell to their knees with a plop. Gu Mangong and the others also knew that he was the enemy that their family head wanted to get rid of the most. Since the other party was Gu Mangong's friend, he was naturally an enemy as well. Just now they had almost reached the point where they could talk about anything with Li Chongqing. They had also told Li Chongqing a lot of news about the Lin family without hesitation. Now that they thought about it, if their family head knew about it, they would lose their lives. The two of them immediately distanced themselves from Li Chongqing. They hated Li Chongqing very much. "I'm definitely not here to have tea with you." Li Chongqing smiled, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. "Since I'm Gu Mangong's friend and you're Gu Mangong's enemy, I'm here to kill you." Lin Huang had already guessed that Li Chongqing was a kung fu master. However, he was still shocked when he heard Li Chongqing say that he wanted to kill him. "Aren't you being too arrogant by coming here to kill me?" Lin Huang laughed. "You know that I'm here to kill you, but you still dare to come so close to me. You're courting death." Li Chongqing retorted. "Ha ha! You're the one who's courting death," Lin Huang said calmly. "While I'm talking to you, there are already 3 snipers aiming at your temples. 2 machine guns are locked onto your body. If you move, you'll turn into a hornet's nest. Young man, you're still too inexperienced to dare to come to my Lin family's house and cause trouble." "Is that so?" Li Chongqing laughed too. "Didn't the kung fu master beside you tell you that there are enemies within 10 steps? Since I'm here to kill you, I'm not an ordinary person. Since you're so close to me, do you believe that I'll kill you before your men can pull the trigger?" "Ha ha!" However, Lin Huang laughed again. "Of course, I know that. Moreover, since you're here to kill me, I'm afraid ordinary guns won't work on you. That's why I'm so close to you. Do you think I'm giving you a chance to kill me? No, I'm creating an opportunity so that you won't be able to escape." Lin Huang took a step forward, his clothes fluttering even though there was no wind. "Because I'm also a kung fu master. A very, very kung fu master." Chapter 653. Lin Huang found it funny that someone dared to come to his house and say that he wanted to kill him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Gu Mangong had suppressed the Lin family for so many years. Nobody knew how long they had been holding back. Now that Gu Mangong was not in Nanyang, there was someone who dared to challenge the Lin family. His aura surged as he clenched his fists and locked his gaze on the reckless young man. Li Chongqing did not move. He just looked at Lin Huang quietly. There was no expression on his face as he looked straight into Lin Huang's eyes. This guy is really powerful. The master of the Lin family is so close to him. Isn't he in danger? Ma Fei's bodyguard said to Lin Huang's subordinate worriedly. My master is the last disciple of the old man. The master of the Black Monkey Nation, Vulture, came to visit the Lin family last time and fought with my master. In the end, he was defeated by my master. This young man will definitely die today. Hearing what Lin Huang's subordinate said, the bodyguard was shocked. The master of the Vulture sect was famous in Nanyang. I didn't expect the master of the Lin family to be so powerful. It seems like Li Chongqing is going to be in trouble today. While the middle-aged bodyguard was shocked, he looked at Li Chongqing with pity in his eyes. Sometimes, confidence is not a good thing. Li Chongqing sighed and took a step forward slowly. The bodyguard and Lin Huang's subordinates, who were far away, widened their eyes. All of a sudden, Li Chongqing dashed towards Lin Huang and held Lin Huang's cheek with one hand. Then, he dashed towards a big tree by the road. Bang! A loud thud was heard. Lin Huang's head was embedded in the ancient tree. With a loud crack, the ancient tree that was as thick as two people's palms broke and fell to the ground. Li Chongqing looked at Lin Huang, who was no longer alive, and clapped his hands. He turned around and said to Lin Huang's subordinate, If you want to avenge Lin Huang, remember to ask his master to look for me when he comes back so that I can avenge his disciple. However, Lin Huang's underling, who had extraordinary abilities, could not help but feel thirsty. Although he was Lin Huang's bodyguard in name, he knew that his master's kung fu was much more powerful than his. Now, his head was almost flattened by Li Chongqing. Perhaps only Lin Huang's master could do such a terrifying thing. Brat, you killed our patriarch. Do you think you can walk out of here alive today? Thinking of the few snipers who were hiding at the highest point, Lin Huang's men finally had some confidence. Shoot this criminal to death. Lin Huang's men shouted at the highest point in the courtyard. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a few gunshots were heard. Bang bang! Bang bang! Several bullets were fired at Li Chongqing from all directions. But in the next moment, Li Chongqing's figure disappeared from the courtyard. When they looked up, they saw Li Chongqing standing on top of a high wall not far away. When the few snipers aimed at Li Chongqing and pulled the trigger, Li Chongqing was like a big bird, disappearing from their sight after a few leaps. Shun Kwa sat in the general manager's office in the Gu organization, frowning. He was very annoyed. In his heart, his godfather had always been a scheming person. However, he could not see through the plan this time. Even if his godfather wanted him to take over the company, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry. He could have slowly transferred the power to him. However, his godfather had forced the few elders under him to take over the company. He had no idea what his godfather was thinking, except for Li Chongqing. Thinking of Li Chongqing, Shun Kuo looked at the direction of the door. I have no idea where Li Chongqing went. I can't even see his shadow. Did he really go to assassinate Lin Huang? Isn't that the same as seeking death? Sigh. Shun Kuo rubbed his temples. At this moment, footsteps were heard from outside and the office door was opened. Li Chongqing was back. Shun Kuo was delighted. After all, Li Chongqing was his godfather's friend. If he died at the Lin residence, he would not be able to explain it to his godfather. However, he was not going to be nice to Li Chongqing. He sneered. What happened? Didn't you go to assassinate the head of the Lin family? Why are you back so soon? Don't tell me that you've killed him? There was a hint of playfulness in Shun Kuo's words. Yes, he's dead. Ha ha. Shun Kuo shook his head. Just when he was about to mock Lin Huang, the phone on the table rang. Mr. Shin, I've just received news that the head of the Lin family has been killed at the entrance of the Lin residence. The killer is a young man in his 20s. The phone in Shun Kuo's hand fell on the table with a thud. He raised his head and stared at Li Chongqing in disbelief. You really killed him? Yes, didn't you say that killing him would solve the problem? I've already solved the problem for you. This This, Shen Kuo pointed at Li Chongqing with a trembling finger. In the end, he slapped the table and said, "It's all over. It's over. What's wrong? You've solved the problem. Why do you look like your parents are dead?" This time, Li Chongqing was very puzzled. According to what I've found out, Lin Huang has a master who is very powerful. His master is the main reason why the Lin family could rise in Nanyang. Even my godfather, who is so good at martial arts, could only fight to a draw with Lin Huang's master. Now that my godfather is not here, if his master finds out that Lin Huang has been killed, he will definitely take revenge. Who can stop Lin Huang's master now that my godfather is not in Nanyang? No, I have to call my godfather and ask him to come back as soon as possible. Shen Kuo dialed a series of numbers. However, the phone could not be connected. He called 3 times in a row, but the result was the same. Shen Kuo was desperate. What should I do? I can't get through to my godfather's phone. If Lin Huang's master comes to seek revenge, no matter how many bodyguards we have, it will be useless. Seeing how anxious Shen Kuo was, Li Chongqing comforted him. Don't worry. Even if your godfather is not here, you still have me. You? What can you do? Do you know how powerful Lin Huang's master is? Even a rocket launcher can't hit him. He can walk on buildings as if they were flat ground. One of the Lin family's enemies once ambushed him with dozens of guns and rocket launchers. In the end, he did not even hurt him. Instead, he killed the leader of the organization on the spot. Chapter 654. The head of the Lin family, Lin Huang, was dead. He was killed in front of his own house in front of everyone. When the news spread, the entire Lin family was like an ancient beast that was awakened from its slumber. It bared its sharp fangs and attacked the Gu organization crazily. In the general manager's office, Shen Kuo's phone kept ringing. It was as if he could hear the horn and the galloping of horses. In the short span of an hour, the various branches of the Gu group had suffered heavy losses. The Lin family had completely gone crazy. They were willing to sacrifice 800 of their own to destroy the Gu group. They didn't even care if they had to sacrifice 1,200 of their own to kill 1,000 of their enemies. Shen Kuo's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, and he felt as if he was about to collapse. Li Chongqing saw everything, but he couldn't help but shake his head. Shen Kuo was too young and could not keep his cool. The Lin family's counterattack has just begun. This is just the surface attack. I'm afraid that Lin Huang's master is going to attack as well. But I can't get through to my godfather's phone. What should I do? Shen Kuo was at a loss. He was panicking. Li Chongqing, I admire you for being able to kill Lin Huang. But things are about to change. Shen Kuo frowned. He could not hit or scold Li Chongqing. Don't worry. Since your godfather has asked me to stay, you don't have to worry. Li Chongqing sat on the sofa, picked up the teacup and took a sip. His tone was very calm, as if he didn't care about the legendary master of the Lin family in Nanyang at all. The world was big and there were many powerful people. However, in front of Li Chongqing, other than the legendary Earth Immortals, no one was worthy of Li Chongqing's attention. This wasn't Li Chongqing being arrogant, but rather, the indestructible god-devil body that he had cultivated for 99 lifetimes was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that even if he were to fight across realms, he could still easily crush his enemies. Mr. Li, if Godfather were in Nanyang, it wouldn't matter if he killed Lin Huang. Although the Lin family is powerful, they can't compare to our Gu organization. However, Godfather isn't here now, and the elders are divided. Once the Lin family's high priest makes a move, I'm afraid the foundation that Godfather has built for so many years will be destroyed overnight. No matter how much Shen Kuo disliked Li Chongqing, it seemed that the only person he could rely on was Li Chongqing. However, was Li Chongqing reliable? Don't worry. Even if you don't trust me, don't you trust your adoptive father? Li Chongqing continued to drink his tea. Shen Kuo didn't know what to say. His handsome face was filled with melancholy, and he seemed to have aged a lot. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Mr. Shen, did you send someone to kill Lin Huang? It was Pang Tai, one of Gu Manggong's 4 subordinates, who walked in. Pang Tai had witnessed Li Chongqing's ability to dodge bullet. However, he was still shocked to hear that Lin Huang had been killed. When he walked in and saw Li Chongqing sitting there, he could not help but feel fearful. The head of the Lin family was dead just like that. For someone like Li Chongqing, he could kill a person within 10 steps. He was the most dangerous person in the world. Sigh. You can say that I sent him. Shen Kuo nodded his head. At this moment, it did not matter if he was the one who sent Li Chongqing to kill Lin Huang. What was important was that Lin Huang was dead, and he had to face the Lin family's crazy revenge. Soon after Pang Tai walked in, Gong Zuhong, Ma Fei, and the rest appeared. Naturally, they couldn't remain indifferent to such a big matter. Especially Ma Fei, who was known as Lord Ma. The moment he saw Li Chongqing, his eyes were filled with fear. He was different from the rest. His bodyguard had seen Li Chongqing kill Lin Huang with his own eyes. Moreover, his bodyguard had appeared next to Lin Huang, which meant that he had betrayed the Gu organization and colluded with the enemy. However, the reason why he dared to appear here and act as if nothing had happened was that as one of Gu Manggong's 4 subordinates, he had a lot of power in the Gu organization. Now that the Lin family was going crazy, if Shen Kuo were to settle the score with him now, the Gu organization would undoubtedly be in a greater crisis. Li Chongqing dared to kill the head of the Lin family, Lin Huang. He has completely angered the Lin family. The Lin family's master will not let him go. Gu Manggong sent his godson to take away our power. Now, in order to deal with the Lin family, he has to return the power to us. This chaos might be the biggest opportunity. Ma Fei, Gong Zuhong, and the rest thought to themselves. They had a lot of power in their hands. If not for Gu Manggong, they would have left the organization long ago. Now that the Lin organization was going crazy, they did not want to fight the enemy together. Instead, they wanted to seize the opportunity to break away from the Gu organization's control and become independent. Gu Manggong was not in Southeast Asia. Once the situation was formed, no matter how powerful Gu Manggong was, he would not be able to do anything when he returned. After all, the reason why Gu Manggong was able to conquer so much was because of the help of the elders. The only thing that they were afraid of was Gu Manggong's ability in martial arts. However, it did not matter as the Lin family had a master who could control Gu Manggong. When the time came, as long as they managed the relationship between Gu Manggong and the Lin family, both the Lin family and Gu Manggong would have to rope them in. These people had been scheming for most of their lives. They knew that this was the best opportunity. It's all thanks to this Li guy who killed Lin Huang that the situation today is like this. Gu Manggong has shot himself in the foot this time. Ma Fei and the rest looked at Li Chongqing coldly. From their point of view, Li Chongqing's fate was death. The master from the Lin family would definitely come for revenge. From beginning to end, Li Chongqing sat there without showing any emotion on his face. He drank his tea as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Mr. Shen, what do you think we should do next? The Lin family is madly attacking our Gu group. We also want to resist, but our capable generals have all been transferred away according to your orders. We are also like housewives who can't cook without rice. The new subordinates have not been appointed yet. Even if they are appointed, they are not familiar with the company. It's taboo to change subordinates at the last minute. Elder Jin's fat cheeks trembled as he spoke, making Li Chongqing think of a hamster with a mouth full of food. His eyes were especially round and small, but they shone with a crafty light. These people were here for power. At the same time, they wanted to see Shinqua make a fool of himself. We asked you to take away our power. Now, not only did you not take away our power, you might even give us more power. The transfer list is temporarily invalid. We still have to rely on the elders to work together to get through this. Shinqua sighed. He knew that the situation was beyond his control. If he still insisted on transferring the capable subordinates of the elders, the Gu organization might really collapse. I don't agree. At this moment, Li Changxing suddenly spoke. Even if you return the power to them, I'm afraid they might not help you to fight the Lin family. Instead, some of them will betray us and stab us in the back. Chapter 655. Brat, if you didn't kill Lin Huang, the Lin family wouldn't be so crazy. Who do you think you are? You don't have the right to speak here. Ma Fei said coldly. He had sent his bodyguard to meet the master of the Lin family, but he had bumped into Li Changxing. Therefore, he hoped that Li Changxing would be killed by the master of the Lin family. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble if Gu Mangong came back. The other elders also looked at Li Changxing playfully. From their point of view, regardless of whether Li Changxing was an expert or a friend of Gu Mangong's, Gu Mangong was not in Nanyang this time. Under the overall situation, he would definitely die. It's not up to you to decide if I have the right to speak or not. You're the one who betrayed us and colluded with the master of the Lin family. Now I'll help Gu Mangong get rid of him. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changxing raised his eyebrows and stood up. He did not hide his killing intent towards Ma Fei. Li Changxing, what are you doing? Do you know that this is a special time? If you kill me, who will fight against the Lin family? Ma Fei was panicking. He regretted provoking Li Changxing. After all, he was the man who dared to kill the master of the Lin family. If they were to disregard everything to kill him, no one would be able to stop them. Yes, Mr. Li, don't be rash. Even Shinqua stood up immediately. No matter if Ma Fei was betraying them or harboring evil intentions, the Gu organization was in an unprecedented situation. Shinqua could not lose the support of Ma Fei's organization. Just when the atmosphere in the room was tense, there was a noise outside, followed by the sound of dense footsteps. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the door, only to see the office door explode into pieces with a loud bang. The few elders who were closer to the door were so frightened that they fell to the ground. As the dust settled, an old man led a group of people to the door of the office. Are you the master of the Lin family? Many people in the office recognized the old man and their faces turned pale. Speaking of the devil, he didn't expect the Lin family's helper to arrive so quickly. Next to the old man was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked very similar to Lin Huang, who was killed by Li Changxing. He was Lin Huang's younger brother, Lin Wen. Now that Lin Huang was dead, he was temporarily in charge of the Lin family. Behind him was a group of senior members of the Lin family. Although the appearance of the Lin family's consecrator was rather shocking, causing everyone in the office to be a little shocked, they quickly regained their senses. Shinqua, in particular, said coldly, "What is the meaning of this? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Gu group's office? Do you want to start a war with my Gu group?" Shinqua's words were careless and awe-inspiring, but the others couldn't help shaking their heads. The Lin family and the Gu Corporation were already at war. Of course we're here for revenge. Lin Wen stepped forward. My brother Lin Huang was killed in front of the Lin family's mansion. The Gu organization is really something. That consecrator of the Lin family did not waste any more words. He just took a step forward, and a powerful aura enveloped the hearts of everyone present, causing them to have a kind of palpitating feeling. The consecrator of the Lin family was really powerful. I didn't expect the big shots of the Gu Corporation to be here. If I kill all of you, the Gu Corporation will be destroyed," the Lin family's helper said in an eerie voice. It sounded like the sound of iron rubbing against each other. As soon as he said that, everyone's face turned pale. Indeed, if the Lin family were to wipe out the Gu Corporation, the Gu Corporation would fall apart in an instant. Ma Fei panicked when he heard that. "Elder Lin, you're wrong. The one who killed the head of the Lin clan was Li Chongqing. It has nothing to do with us. Don't forget, our boss Gu is also an expert. He's not any weaker than you. If you start a massacre at the Gu group today, then when our boss Gu returns, he'll do the same to your Gu clan. When that time comes, do you think you can protect yourself?" The reason why Lin Huang was not killed in the past was because Gu Mangong and the Lin family's consecrator had fought a few times. They had a tacit understanding that if one of them did not attack, the other would not attack. Otherwise, if they were to assassinate the higher-ups, who would be able to defend against experts like Gu Mangong and the Lin family's consecrator? One could only be a thief for 1,000 days. There was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. So, my disciple died for nothing? The Lin family's helper understood that. However, Lin Huang was his disciple. How could he let it go just like that? The one who killed your disciple is Li Chongqing. Just look for him. As for the grudge between the Gu and the Lin family, we'll settle it through business. At this point, Ma Fei couldn't help but glance at Li Chongqing, betraying him in the blink of an eye. As expected, in the next moment, a terrifying aura locked onto Li Chongqing. "All right. I'll only kill the killer today. I don't care about the rest." Ma Fei and the rest were not the only ones who were relieved. Even the current master of the Lin family, Lin Wen, was relieved. If this consecrator really went on a killing spree, then he would be in danger. Gu Mangong would definitely use all his means to kill the upper echelons of the Lin family. There were rules everywhere, and seeking revenge on Li Chongqing was not breaking the rules. At this time, Shun Kuo was a little anxious. Letting Li Chongqing take the blame to appease the Lin family's master's anger, and then the Lin family and the Gu's group could be settled through commercial means was undoubtedly a good choice. However, the only one who would be cheated was Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing was the person that Gu Mangong left behind for Shun Kuo. If he were to die in the hands of the Lin family's helper, Shun Kuo did not know how to explain it to his godfather. However, he had no other choice. Li Chongqing seemed to have expected what he would do. He gave him a reassuring look and walked towards the Lin family's helper. To be able to contend against Gu Mangong, you should be at the profound realm, right? It's a pity that you're just a pile of old bones with your qi and blood dried up. It's also because Gu Mangong is too young that he couldn't see through you. Although your strength is comparable to Gu Mangong's, Gu Mangong is in his prime and his qi and blood are vigorous. If he were to fight with you to the death, he might be heavily injured, but the one who would die would definitely be you. Li Chongqing shook his head. Only someone like him, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, had the right to say that Gu Mangong was young. However, the moment he said that, the Lin family's helper's expression changed. He was well aware of his own body's condition. All these years, he had been in charge of the Lin family and had never taken the initiative to attack Gu Mangong because he did not have the guts to fight to the death with Gu Mangong. However, now that Li Chongqing had pointed out the condition of his body, how could he not be shocked? Chapter 656. No wonder you dared to kill my disciple. You're an expert. The murderous intent in the Lin family's guardian's eyes intensified. The Lin family had been suppressed by Gu Mangong when they were fighting. Now that there was an expert like Li Chongqing, the Lin family would be completely overtaken by Gu Mangong one day. Kid, who are you? Who told you about my body condition? To the Lin family's guardian, although Li Chongqing was powerful, He was still too young to be able to kill Lin Huang. What he was afraid of was the power behind Li Changsheng. I can tell your body condition at a glance. I don't need anyone to tell me. Li Changsheng shook his head. I was just about to look for you. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll send you and your disciple to reunite on the road to the underworld. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped the Lin family's guardian. Arrogant! The Lin family's guardian roared. Li Changsheng's palm was light. At first, the guardian did not care. However, the moment the palm was about to touch his body, his expression changed and a strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Oh no! He raised his hand to block the attack, but it was too late. The palm gently brushed past his chest, and the Lin family's consecrator was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall of the corridor. When he fell to the ground, blood gushed out from his mouth, mixed with some blood clots. He was severely injured with just a slap. At this moment, whether it was the Lin family or Shen Kuo and the rest, they were all dumbfounded. Although they did not know about the existence of cultivators, they knew how powerful the Lin family's expert was. However, he was now like a piece of paper in Li Changsheng's hands. He could not even withstand a single blow. A sense of absurdity rose in everyone's hearts. They even suspected that this Lin family's consecrator was an impostor. At this moment, the most shocked person was none other than the Lin family consecrator himself. He had broken through to the Finger Xian realm many years ago. He also knew that with his talent, he would not be able to take another step forward in this lifetime. That was why he was willing to be a consecrator in the Lin family and spend his old age peacefully. Who would have thought that the Lin family would have an enemy like Gu Mangong? Furthermore, Gu Mangong was an expert who was not inferior to him. Most importantly, he had already reached the peak of his life and was going downhill every day. On the other hand, Gu Mangong was like the rising sun. There would always be a day when he would be like the sun in the sky, giving him a sense of danger. The lifespan of a cultivator was much longer than that of an ordinary person. Initially, he had thought that teaching the head of the Lin family, Lin Huang, the way of cultivation would be considered as repaying the Lin family's kindness. After that, he would leave Nanyang, a place that was full of trouble. However, who would have thought that he would hear that Lin Huang had been killed the moment he returned? Although Lin Huang's cultivation talent was average, he was definitely an expert in the secular world. Therefore, he decided to clear the obstacles for the Lin family one last time and avenge Lin Huang before officially leaving Nanyang. He knew that Gu Mangong was also preparing to leave Nanyang. Once the two of them were gone, the competition between the Gu organization and the Lin family would be purely commercial. However, he did not expect Li Changsheng to suddenly appear out of nowhere. I've been cultivating for many years, but it's a pity that I can't have a good ending. Li Changsheng shook his head and said, If you hadn't revealed your intention to kill me back then, I might have let you go. Li Changsheng took a step forward and appeared in front of the Lin family's high priest like a ghost. He slowly raised his palm. The high priest's eyes were filled with despair as he said with difficulty, What level are you exactly? How can you be so strong? Half a step to earth immortal. Li Changsheng slowly spat out a few words. The high priest smiled calmly. No wonder. I can die without regrets. As soon as he finished speaking, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices before Li Changsheng could do anything. He had cut off his heart meridian and died. He was indeed a proud person. Li Changsheng retracted his palm. At this moment, everyone looked at him in awe. Shen Kuo finally understood why Gu Mangong had kept Li Changsheng alive since he could kill the Lin family's high priest so easily. He was even stronger than Gu Mangong himself in Nanyang. I don't want to interfere with the grudge between the Lin family and the Gu organization. However, if you want to avenge Lin Huang, you can do it now. Li Changsheng stared at Lu Linhuang's brother, Lin Wen. Lin Wen quickly lowered his head. Although Lin Huang was his biological brother and both of them were close, he could not risk his life for his brother who had passed away. Especially since he had become the new master of the Lin family, he had all the power, wealth, and status in his hands. I don't dare. He spat out 2 words. Since you don't dare, stop attacking the Gu organization immediately. I won't interfere with the grudge between you and the Gu organization anymore. After Li Chongqing finished speaking, Lin Wen let out a long sigh of relief. The Lin family had lost their high priest. If they wanted to destroy the Lin family, they would not be able to fight back at all. Although they were a powerful family in the secular world, they were weak in the hands of a cultivator. Get out of here, Li Chongqing said calmly. Lin Wen immediately left with the rest of the Lin family. At this moment, only Ma Fei and the rest were left, looking at Li Chongqing in fear. However, Li Chongqing said to Xinhua, "You heard it. The Lin family has promised not to attack Gu's group. Therefore, we don't need to invalidate the list of personnel. We can continue with the plan. Once the Lin family's executive is dead, your foster father will leave Nanyang in a few days. Whether you can suppress the Lin family and dominate Nanyang in the future depends on your own ability." At this moment, Xinhua looked at Li Chongqing with respect. If there was any dissatisfaction before, it was gone now. Li Chongqing looked at Ma Fei, who was standing there, trembling. Gu Mangong said that someone among his subordinates had colluded with the Lin family. That person must be you. Hand over your power and choose a good grave for yourself. Don't worry, your family will not be affected. After Li Chongqing finished speaking, Ma Fei's eyes were filled with anger. Li Chongqing was asking him to die. Even if he had some dealings with the Lin family, he did not deserve to die. It seems that you are not as smart as the high priest of the Lin family. Li Chongqing shook his head and raised his hand gently. Ma Fei's body trembled before he fell limply to the ground. Pang Tai, who was next to him, reached out to touch his nose, but his hand suddenly retracted. The other party was no longer breathing. He had died just like that. At this moment, the surrounding people looked at Li Chongqing with not only respect but also fear. At this moment, they finally understood why Gu Mangong valued Li Chongqing so much. I'll return to the villa first. I'm sure you can handle the aftermath. Li Chongqing glanced at Xinhua calmly. If not for Gu Mangong, Li Chongqing would not have bothered to deal with a force like the Lin family. It was like a person destroying an ant's nest. It was hard to feel accomplished. Chapter 657. Li Chongqing was completely free these days. He stayed in Gu Mangong's villa, cultivating while waiting for Gu Mangong's news. He knew that other than Ma Fei who was killed, there were many people who had dirty dealings with the Lin family. However, he was too lazy to ask. He had only promised Gu Mangong that he would help Xinhua. He was not Xinhua's nanny. Furthermore, as Gu Mangong's successor, Li Chongqing had already helped him. If he could not even handle the remaining matters, then he would be too useless. On the 8th day, Gu Mangong finally returned. However, what made Li Chongqing frown was that he came back alone. He did not bring back the genius disciple who was said to have good cultivation potential. Moreover, Gu Mangong was injured. As if he had predicted something, Li Chongqing could not help but ask in a deep voice, "What happened? Who caused your injury?" Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Gu Mangong looked dispirited. "Sir, I'm incompetent. I can't even handle such a small matter. Originally, we found that child and persuaded his parents to leave a sum of money for them to bring him back to be your disciple. Who knew that another force would suddenly come and take a fancy to that child's aptitude? Snatching a disciple." Li Chongqing couldn't help but frown. "Then, he injured you?" "Yes, there was an expert in that group who was stronger than me. I told them that I found this disciple first, and I asked the child for his opinion. He was willing to go with me, but he didn't want to go with that group of people. However, that group of people took him by force. They had a lot of people, and they also had an expert. I fought with their leader, but in the end I was injured. Gu Mangong lowered his head even more as he spoke. He had heard about what had happened in Nanyang. Li Chongqing had killed Lin Huang and the Lin family's consecrator. Everything was going according to his plan. However, he did not help Li Chongqing. You don't have to blame yourself. The person who could defeat you is definitely not a nobody. Which sect are they from? They are from the Forbidden Land. The one who injured me is an elder from the Forbidden Land. Forbidden Land? No wonder. Although Li Chongqing did not know what kind of sect this Forbidden Grounds was, ever since he woke up, he had heard many things about the Forbidden Grounds. It was a very mysterious sect. I didn't expect the Forbidden Land to snatch my disciple. Didn't you tell them that it was I, Li Chongqing, who had chosen the disciple? Li Chongqing was no longer a nobody. After defeating Xiao Yunqing, he was regarded as the #1 cultivator in the world, the #1 expert in the world. No sect was willing to easily provoke him. His name still carried a lot of weight. Of course I did. However, that elder said that it was impossible for him to return the disciple to us. If he had the ability, he would have to go and demand it from us. The Forbidden Land is indeed arrogant. Li Chongqing snorted. It was just a disciple. It was fine even if he could not take him in. There was no lack of talents in the world. However, the Forbidden Land's words were clearly provocative. Moreover, Gu Mangong had been injured while helping him. Li Chongqing wanted to get an explanation. The Forbidden Land is extremely mysterious. I don't know where the headquarters are. Think of a way to investigate. How dare they bully me, Li Chongqing? Not to mention the Forbidden Land, even the heavens will not allow it. Sir, you don't have to investigate. The elder of the Forbidden Land has already told me the exact location of the Forbidden Land. He said that you are welcome to come and spar with him at any time. The other party is really confident. Li Chongqing snorted. The next day, Li Chongqing set off with Gu Mangong to seek justice. No one would have thought that the Forbidden Land would set their headquarters outside the border in a desolate place. It was also because Gu Mangong was powerful in Nanyang that he was able to get a detailed map. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to find the Forbidden Land. It was no wonder that no one knew the location of the Forbidden Land's headquarters after so many years. The two of them first took a plane to the border, and then walked into the primitive forest. If not for the fact that the two of them were martial cultivators, the various poisonous insects in the forest would have killed them. After walking through the forest for 3 days, they finally saw a building in front of them. It was early in the morning. Under the hazy fog, it looked like a celestial palace. We're finally here. Even Li Chongqing could not help but feel emotional. Although martial cultivators were usually far away from the secular world, the Forbidden Land had chosen such a secluded place. This Forbidden Land was really mysterious. Who are you people? Just as the two of them were staring at the building in a daze, a dense group of figures appeared from both sides. Surround the two of them. The leader of the group was a young man with a vigilant expression. Is there an elder with the surname Wu in your sect? Tell him that Li Chongqing is here for a spar. Hearing this, the other party became even more vigilant. To be able to cross so many mountains and rivers to reach the Forbidden Land, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Hearing Li Chongqing's accent, he was here to find trouble with their elder Wu. Wait for a moment, I will go and report this. That elder Wu was a profound Finger Realm martial artist. If he dared to find trouble with him, he was naturally not someone a small leader like him could deal with. After secretly instructing a few subordinates to watch Li Chongqing and Gu Mangong, that person hurriedly walked towards the largest palace in the building. At this moment, Many people were gathered in the main hall of the Forbidden Land to discuss matters. Sitting on the main seat was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura. Below him were 5 old men with powerful auras. They were currently arguing about something. That genius disciple was brought back by me from the outside. He should be my disciple. The old man said coldly. If Gu Mangong was here, he would recognize that it was the elder of the Forbidden Land, Wu Quan, who had injured him. Elder Wu, although you were the one who brought him back, and according to logic, he should be accepted as your disciple. However, you're practicing a wood attribute cultivation method, and that disciple has an innate fire attribute spiritual body. If you were to teach him, it would truly be inappropriate. Another old man shook his head and said, Why is it inappropriate? Who said that a wood element technique practitioner is not suitable to teach a fire element spiritual body? Let me teach him. I guarantee that he will become the most outstanding disciple of the Forbidden Land. Speaking of the words, most outstanding disciple, everyone could not help but look at the man and woman standing in the corner. One was Zhang Xian, whose saber was taken away by Li Chongqing, and the other was his junior sister, Yun Jing. These two were the most outstanding successors of the Forbidden Land, but they had lost the token of the Forbidden Land. That genius disciple was born with a fire spiritual body. All the elders of the Forbidden Land wanted to take him as their disciple. They had been arguing about this for several days, and Nie Lingxing, the chief, could not make a decision at the moment. By the way, Elder Wu, I heard that when you found this genius disciple, someone had already beaten you to it. In the end, you still took him back. Nie Lingxing asked. That's right. Wu Quan nodded. He is also an expert, but unfortunately, he is much weaker than me. I severely injured him. However, the other party said that he did not want to take him as his disciple. He was helping a friend find a disciple. His friend seems to be called Li Chongqing. From his tone, he wanted to use his friend to threaten me. I directly told him the address of the Forbidden Land and asked his friend to come to the Forbidden Land to take him back if he has the guts. As soon as Wu Quan finished speaking, several elders beside him also gave him a thumbs up. That's right. The Forbidden Land has always been the best in the world. It should be so domineering. However, Nie Lingxing, the chief of the Forbidden Land, could not help but frown. He always felt that this name was a little familiar, as if someone had mentioned it to him before. When he turned his head and saw the strange expressions on the faces of his 2 disciples, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He blurted out, Isn't that the person who took Zhang Xian's token? Chapter 658. Yunjing and his senior fellow apprentice Zhang Xian once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Every generation of disciples of the Forbidden Land who traveled the world were the best of the younger generation. However, in their generation, Nie Lingxing, the headmaster of the Forbidden Land, was quite proud of his 2 talented disciples. Unexpectedly, less than a month after he left the Forbidden Land, his token was taken away by an outsider, which made him lose face. Zhang Xian, you have fought with Li Chongqing. Tell me, is there anything special about Li Chongqing? Hearing her master's words, Zhang Xian hurriedly replied, Li Chongqing is very powerful. I am no match for him. The headmaster immediately raised his eyebrows and thought, Isn't that nonsense? If you were a match for Li Chongqing, you wouldn't have lost the token of the sect and made me lose face in the sect. Seeing that her master was about to lose his temper, Zhang Xian hurriedly continued, Before I returned to the Forbidden Land, Li Chongqing defeated Xiao Yunqing and was praised as the #1 man in the world. Humph! What an arrogant tone! The headmaster of the Forbidden Land couldn't help but snort. Every generation of disciples of the Forbidden Land who traveled the world would become the #1 man among the younger generation, so people of the Forbidden Land looked down on outsiders from the bottom of their hearts. people of the Forbidden Land lived deep in the mountains and forests, so the news was blocked. Li Changxing's reputation had long been well known in the cultivation world, but they didn't have any news about him. However, even if Zhang Xian brought the news about Li Changxing, they still wouldn't pay attention to it. Since he dares to be called the #1 man in the world, it means that he has some ability, Nielingxing said slowly. He couldn't say that his disciples were so useless that they were easily defeated by others. Moreover, his 2 disciples were really powerful. Li Changxing could defeat them, which was enough to prove his ability. This alone was not enough to make people of the Forbidden Land really pay attention to him. Do you think Li Changxing will come to us because we stole his disciple? Nielingxing looked at the other elders present. Li Changxing had snatched away Zhang Xian's token, and now they had snatched away his disciple. It could be considered as a small sigh of relief. I reckon that Li Changxing wouldn't dare to come either. What kind of place is the forbidden area? Wouldn't he just be humiliating himself if he came? An elder said loudly with disdain written all over his face. I do hope that he will come. This is a good opportunity to teach him a lesson and make him obediently return the token that he took from my forbidden land. Then, he will kowtow and apologize to my forbidden land. Wu Quan said coldly. Yes, I also hope that he will come, but he definitely won't dare to come. Another elder expressed his stance. They felt very regretful that Li Changxing did not come to kill them. After all, they had stayed in this desolate place for too long and it was too boring. If a guy came for them to teach him a lesson, it would undoubtedly be a very good thing. Alright, let's not talk about Li Changxing anymore. Xian lost the token, so naturally, he has to get it back himself. Xian is still young, that Li Changxing must be an old man. It's not easy for him to cultivate to the peak of the finger profound realm. However, there's definitely no hope for him to improve further. Xian talent should be able to defeat him in less than 5 years, so the Forbidden Lands sect master, Nielingxing, looked at Zhang Xian as he spoke. Xian do you have the confidence to get the token back in 5 years? Hearing his master's question, Zhang Xian's face could not help but turn bitter. If Li Changxing was really an old man in his 70s or 80s, then Zhang Xian naturally had the confidence. However, a monster was a monster. The other party was about the same age as him, but his strength was many times higher than his. Zhang Xian did not have the confidence to defeat Li Changxing in this lifetime, let alone 5 years. Seeing that his disciple did not respond for a long time, Nielingxing could not help but frown. What? I gave you 5 years and you don't have the confidence to defeat him? You really disappoint me. The other elders also shook their heads. I watched Zhang Xian grow up, but I didn't expect him to have no ambition. Really, how can he be in charge of my forbidden land in the future? Looking at the questioning gazes, Zhang Xian felt a little aggrieved. Master, that Li Changxing isn't an old man. He's the same age as me, a youth. He's a monster. I attacked with all my strength, but he only used 2 fingers to break my saber technique. I really have no confidence to defeat him. What? A young man? Everyone in the field widened their eyes. Nonsense. What a bunch of nonsense. You, Zhang Xian, are already the most outstanding disciple in my forbidden land. How can there be someone younger than you and stronger than you? In the hearts of everyone in the Forbidden Land was the most powerful place in the world. They absolutely could not accept that there was an existence more monstrous than the Forbidden Land. It's true. Zhang Xian wanted to say something, but his master glared at him fiercely. Shut up. It's fine if you lose, but you just had to make up such a lie. Who would believe that someone younger than you is at the finger profound realm? Just as he finished speaking, a young man hurriedly walked in. Sect Master Elders, there's someone outside looking for Elder Wu Quan. He even said that his name is Li Changxing. What? This guy really came? Everyone was in disbelief. There's still such a bold person in this world who dares to barge into the Forbidden Land. How old is that Li Chongqing? What does he look like? The sect master asked impatiently. He's a young man, about 20 years old. What? The room fell into silence. This kid actually dared to come. It seems that he's not ordinary. Nielingxing had a cold smile on his face. He did not have a good impression of this person who defeated his disciple and stole the token. He had long wanted to stand up for his disciple, but he just did not have the chance. He did not expect that the other party would send himself to the door. Perhaps this kid knows that the Forbidden Land is not to be trifled with, so he came to apologize. An elder suddenly said on a whim. That's right. The pride of the people in the Forbidden Land was engraved in their bones. Until now, they still did not believe that anyone would dare to go against the people in the Forbidden Land. By the way, Zhang Xian, when you fought with him and he stole your token, did he know that you were the successor of the Forbidden Land? I didn't know that. That's right. He must have found out Zhang Xian's identity now. He knows that she's a disciple of the Forbidden Land, so he came to apologize. Is that really the case? Elders, what do you think? Even Nielingxing was hesitant. If he really came to apologize, what should we do? Let him kneel down and kowtow 3 times to teach him a lesson. That was what Nielingxing thought. At this moment, the disciple who came in to report said carefully, Li Chongqing said that he wanted to spar with Elder Wu, but he did not say that he was here to apologize. What? The face of the person who made the guess immediately darkened. He's not here to apologize? That's too much. At this moment, Wu Quan stood up abruptly. He specifically asked me to spar with him. It seems that he doesn't take me seriously. I'd like to see what's so great about him that he dares to call himself the most powerful person in the world. With that, he walked out directly. Well, should we go out and have a look too? The other elders could not sit still anymore. Okay, let's go out together. I'd like to see what kind of person Li Chongqing is. Therefore, a group of people in the hall rushed out in a mighty manner. Chapter 659. In front of the palace gate of the Forbidden Grounds, countless pairs of eyes were looking at Li Chongqing and his companion. He is Li Chongqing. Elder Wu Quan looked at the young man standing in front of him with surprise in his eyes. Even though he knew about Li Chongqing in advance, he was still surprised to see him in person. He was too young. Such a young man was called the #1 expert in the cultivation world. He was the one who defeated the successor of the Forbidden Grounds. It was also this young man who dared to cross the primeval forest and challenge him in front of the Forbidden Grounds. To be honest, even he admired Li Chongqing a little. But more than that, he sneered. A young man dared to challenge him. He was courting death. You are the one who stole my disciple. Li Chongqing was also sizing up Elder Wu Quan. He was definitely a profound finger realm expert. I'm here to get my disciple back. As long as you return my disciple to me, I'll go our separate ways in the Forbidden Grounds. Ha! Wu Quan interrupted with a sneer. Impossible. I did steal your disciple. What can you do about it? People were always easily deceived by appearances. Just like Wu Quan at this moment. He knew Li Chongqing's strength was extraordinary, but because of Li Chongqing's age, he still looked down on him. The people from the other Forbidden Grounds were also quietly sizing them up, especially the sect leader Nielingxing. His face was getting uglier and uglier. He looked at his disciple Zhang Xian with hostility. Xian'er, you lost to a young man like this? He was a little embarrassed. If Li Chongqing was really a top expert, it would be fine to show off. But at this moment it was obvious that he was nothing. He even suspected that all the information about Li Changxing was made up by Zhang Xian. The Forbidden Grounds are indeed the Forbidden Grounds. Such a tough attitude. Li Changxing originally wanted to use peaceful means before resorting to force, but now he couldn't help but sigh. Turns out that before reasoning in this world, it still depends on whether one's fist is strong enough or not. Wu, you stole my disciple, yet you refuse to show any signs of repentance. Come and accept your death. Li Changxing crooked his finger at Wu Quan. Wu Quan's eyes widened. What did you say? Then, he flew into a rage. Brat, I think you're tired of living. As his voice fell, he suddenly waved his hand, and a transparent handprint grabbed at Li Changxing. Separated by a distance of tens of meters, the handprint brought with it a biting cold wind and fell with a loud bang. As expected of an elder of the Forbidden Grounds, his attacks were extraordinary, and his aura was astonishing. However, Li Changxing's eyes were filled with contempt. He raised his hand and pointed a finger. Suddenly, the transparent palm was like a balloon that had encountered a needle. Poochie! In front of Li Changxing, it turned into scattered energy and disappeared in the air. How is this possible? At this moment, the eyes of many elders of the Forbidden Grounds turned solemn. Wu Quan's strength was ranked in the top 3 in the Forbidden Grounds. Although he had made a move to test Su Mo's strength, it was really shocking that it had been countered so easily. You injured my brother, Gu Mangong, and stole my disciple. Today I'll kill you. Li Changxing's voice sounded indifferent, and his figure charged towards Wu Quan like a ghost. Wu Quan hurriedly waved his hand, and his palms flew up and down, forming a barrier in front of him. However, just as the barrier was formed, it shattered with a poochie sound. Li Changxing's palm lightly imprinted on his chest. In the next moment, he spat out blood and his body flew out horizontally. When he landed, he took 7 or 8 steps back before he could stop himself. His eyes were filled with horror. One move, just one move, and he was seriously injured. It was actually so terrifying. At this moment, the people of the Forbidden Grounds who originally looked down on Li Changxing were shocked. They finally understood why Zhang Xian lost to Li Changxing, and why she was not confident that she could take back the keepsake within 5 years. It was simply too terrifying. It seems that the Forbidden Grounds were too arrogant. At this moment, Nie Lingxing's expression turned solemn. He snorted and said, "Let's take him down together. This person is too demonic. We can't allow such an enemy to grow." Nie Lingxing was also a ruthless person. As soon as he saw how powerful Li Changxing was, he wanted to kill him. As soon as Nie Lingxing finished speaking, a few elders and more than a dozen hall masters and guardians joined the battle. All kinds of spells, swords, spears, and halberds were thrown towards Li Changxing. They were so dense that they covered the sky like locusts, and their momentum was shocking. Gu Mangong's face turned pale instantly. He knew that if he were to face such an attack, he would probably be blasted into pieces in one round. However, Li Changxing had no intention of dodging. He raised his fist and took the initiative to charge into the sea of spells. On the other side of the Forbidden Grounds, Nie Lingxing sneered. "You're still too young after all. You actually chose to face it head-on. You're courting death." The densely packed spells swallowed Li Changxing like a surging wave. Each attack could flatten a small mountain. When dozens of attacks were combined, even Mount Tai would be shaken. However, the moment Li Changxing charged into the attack, he raised his fist and punched out. Accompanied by a shocking roar, he opened up a path for his fist in the sea of spells. Like a speedboat breaking through the waves, the densely packed attacks shattered the moment they came into contact with his fist force. In the blink of an eye, Li Changxing was almost in front of Wu Quan. He said that he was going to kill him, so naturally, he would do it. Wu Quan's face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Save me! He cried out in alarm. Immediately, a few protectors and hall masters appeared in front of him, shielding him. In the next second there was a loud boom. 5 guardians and 3 hall masters exploded into clouds of blood mist under Li Chongqing's fist force. Fist exploding mountains and rivers. Li Chongqing's physical strength was comparable to a peerless treasure. Even if his fist did not hit Wu Quan, it was enough to scare him out of his wit. The people in the Forbidden Grounds were even more frightened. "I'll fight it out with you." Wu Quan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He let out a long roar. Under his tattered clothes, his eyes actually turned blood red. Elder Wu is going all out. This is his violent secret technique. Once activated, he can unleash double his combat strength, but it will also cause great damage to his body. Many people exclaimed. It was obvious that Li Chongqing had killed a few guardians and hall masters, which made him completely furious. Elder Wu Quan was already close to the peak of the Finger Profound Realm. Now that he has activated his secret technique, he definitely has the combat strength of the peak of the Finger Profound Realm. Nielingxing sighed. He knew that after this battle, Wu Quan's cultivation would not improve but instead regress. After all, any secret technique had a price to pay. However, he knew that Wu Quan had no choice. 5 guardians and 3 hall masters died to save him. If he did not do something, he would not be able to explain it to others. Therefore, Wu Quan could only fight with his life on the line. Chapter 660. Given Elder Wu's current state, he can fight anyone below the Earth's celestial stage. Countless people in the Forbidden Lands sighed with emotion. The people of the Forbidden Lands were used to being high and mighty. Who would have thought that someone would force them to such an extent? However, everyone was also filled with confidence in Wu Quan. They believed that with Wu Quan's battle prowess, it was enough to crush Li Chongqing. It's just a small trick. Li Chongqing suddenly raised his palm and turned it into a giant palm print. A transparent palm appeared in the sky and pressed down from above like the Buddha's 5-finger mountain. When Wu Quan's attack hit the palm, it was like a wave hitting a huge rock. His body was smashed into pieces. Then the palm pressed down mercilessly and Wu Quan was slapped into the ground. Rumble! The ground was shaking and dust was flying everywhere. When the giant palm disappeared, Wu Quan had been smashed into a meat patty. He was completely dead. At this moment, even the wind seemed to have stopped. Everyone in the Forbidden Lands opened their eyes wide. Wu Quan was one of the top 3 powerhouses in the Forbidden Land. Especially after activating the violent secret skill, his combat strength was almost on par with sect leader Nielingxing. However, he was killed just like that. This man was so powerful. The area fell into absolute silence. Seeing Wu Quan's miserable state, everyone felt anger, pain, and more importantly, fear in their hearts. Even Wu Quan, who had activated the violent secret skill, died so miserably. Who else could be Li Chongqing's match? This is the biggest disgrace in the Forbidden Lands. Let's join forces to kill this traitor. Nielingxing finally came to himself and cried out sorrowfully. Just now, they were too confident in Wu Quan. Therefore, no one came to his rescue. In the end, it led to a tragedy. At this moment, Nielingxing was the first to attack. A long saber cut through the sky and slashed toward Li Chongqing. The most powerful thing in the Forbidden Lands was the saber technique. The golden saber radiance was raging in the sky and was invincible. The other elders and guardians of the Forbidden Lands followed closely behind. All kinds of attacks were led by the saber radiant. This was an extremely gorgeous scene, like countless fireworks. However, behind this beautiful scene, there was a terrifying killing intent. Good timing. Li Chongqing's heroic spirit rose as he raised his hand to cast the seal of mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers appeared in his palm. As he struck out with his palm, the mountain and river in his palm continued to expand and solidify, smashing into the sea of spells. The golden blade light smashed onto the mountain and river, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. The densely packed spells fell like rain, but no matter how powerful the attacks were, they were unable to break through the defense of the seal of mountains and rivers. At this moment, after neutralizing all the attacks, Li Kaixing suddenly raised his hand and pressed down. The seal of mountains and rivers changed from defense to offense, completely displaying its power. It smashed into the crowd in front of him. Looking at the seal of mountains and rivers that blotted out the sky, everyone's face was filled with shock. Once it smashed down, it would be a doomsday disaster. Who knew how many people in the forbidden area would lose their lives? Li Changxing, you are so vicious. Nielingxing had gone completely mad. The forbidden area was what it was today because of the efforts of generations of ancestors. If they all died today, Nielingxing would be the biggest sinner. I'll fight you to the death. Nielingxing roared, and the golden blade in his hand turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon that rushed toward the descending seal of mountains and rivers. This golden blade was the treasure of the forbidden area that had been passed down for generations. There was an ancient divine dragon sealed in it. The divine dragon had been continuously refined by the sect masters of the forbidden area and had long been completely integrated with the blade. It could be said that it was Nielingxing's greatest trump card. Seeing Nielingxing take out the sect's treasure, many people in the forbidden area had tears in their eyes and were extremely excited. At this critical moment of life and death, the sect's treasure was like a blazing sun rising in the darkness. Bang! 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 The 5-clawed golden dragon finally collided with the seal of mountains and rivers. The seal of mountains and rivers was one of the seals that Li Changxing had developed by imprinting the shape of mountains and rivers. Once it was used, it was like pulling up an entire mountain range and smashing it toward the enemy. The golden blade of the forbidden area sealed the 5-clawed dragon's soul. When combined with the blade light, the power produced was enough to shatter the void. It could be said that this move had already surpassed the power of the mortal world. Even the peak of the finger profound realm would be killed by it. Everyone looked at the sky. Being able to force the forbidden area to use their trump card was enough to go down in history. Rumble! After a violent collision, the seal of mountains and rivers that Li Changxing had created was constantly being cut open. The people in the forbidden area clenched their fists tightly. However, the moment the seal of mountains and rivers was about to be broken open, Li Changxing made another move. He created a giant palm print that slapped down and directly slapped the golden blade down from the sky. The 5-clawed golden dragon let out a sad cry and dissipated in the air. How is this possible? At this moment, even Nielingxing's eyes were filled with fear. This was the golden blade that had been passed down in the forbidden area for countless generations. It was actually broken just like that. Moreover, the moment the golden blade was slapped down and the 5-clawed golden dragon was shattered, Nielingxing clearly felt a sense of sadness. He was extremely shocked. The golden blade had been refined by him day and night with his blood and was connected to his bloodline. Therefore, he could be sure that the dragon's soul was completely destroyed by Li Changxing's palm. Without the dragon's soul, the power of the golden blade would be greatly reduced from now on. Rumble! After the palm slapped down the golden dragon, it didn't stop and slapped down into the crowd. Immediately, countless screams were heard. Even though the golden blade blocked most of the power, this move still killed 8 experts and severely injured more than 10 people. At this moment, the forbidden area had suffered heavy casualties. Li Changxing walked towards the crowd step by step. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on people's hearts. A heavy pressure pressed down on Nielingxing. Kid, you've gone too far. Nielingxing put his index finger into his mouth and bit it. He drew a series of ancient characters on his chest. A terrifying energy rose from his body. Secret method. Another secret method. At this moment, his hair fluttered in the wind. He waved his hands and rushed towards Li Changxing. You're indeed much stronger than that Wu Quan. However, do you think you can compete with me just by activating your secret method? Li Changxing's expression didn't change. He didn't even try to stop Nielingxing, who was rushing towards him. He just let Nielingxing get to him. Nielingxing couldn't help but look puzzled. He actually hesitated a little. Judging from Li Changxing's actions, he was definitely not a stupid person. Since he chose not to stop him, he must have something to rely on. You guys are always thinking about this and that when you're just attacking. This is so annoying. Li Changxing sighed helplessly. Then, he threw a punch forward. Rumble! The fist energy bloomed like a roaring dragon. At this moment, the entire mountain was shaking. Chapter 661. Boom! As Li Changxing punched out, a mighty fist force shot out from his fist and shook the entire area. At this moment, everyone felt small and insignificant, as if they were facing a god. The mighty fist force shot out like a cannonball and landed on Nielingxing's chest in front of everyone's shocked eyes. How is this possible? Nielingxing's eyes were filled with shock. In the next moment, he was sent flying. Mr. Strength is terrifying. In the distance, Gu Mangong was already trembling. Although he had followed Li Changxing for many years, he had never had the chance to see Li Changxing in action. He had always thought that he would be closer to Li Changxing when he broke through to the Finger Xian realm. Only now did he realize how stupid he was. Li Changxing was like a towering mountain, and he was always standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up at the sky. Nielingxing was sent flying with one punch. Everything in the path of the fist force, be it boulders, grass, trees, or the palace behind, was destroyed. Not even a blade of grass was left. Was he still human? The people in the Forbidden Lands no longer had the courage to attack. A few minutes later, a figure staggered out of the huge pit. His hair was disheveled and he was in a mess. It was Nielingxing. Fortunately, he had activated his secret technique and his body's potential had reached an unprecedented level of strength. That was why he had survived the mighty punch. Seeing Nielingxing walking over step by step, Li Changxing's eyes were filled with coldness. Do you still want to attack? If Nielingxing still did not repent, Li Changxing would not mind flattening the Forbidden Lands. No, no. Nielingxing smiled bitterly. At this moment, how could he not understand the difference between him and Li Changxing? If he continued to act recklessly, he would destroy the foundation of the Forbidden Lands that had been established for hundreds of years. I was wrong in the Forbidden Grounds. Mister, please show mercy and forgive us. Even the arrogant Nielingxing had to lower his head at this moment. Although Li Changxing had killed so many people from the Forbidden Lands, what could he do? He could only suppress the hatred in his heart and choose to submit. Where is my disciple? Li Changxing didn't care about what Nielingxing was thinking. As long as someone heard him, he would learn his lesson. Yes, yes. Nielingxing looked at his disciple, Zhang Xian. Xian, bring Tong Xian here. Yes. Zhang Xian gave Li Changxing a complicated look, then turned around and returned to the palace. Sir, please follow me into the hall. Nielingxing made an inviting gesture. All right. Li Changxing followed Nielingxing to the meeting hall of the Forbidden Grounds and sat down on the main seat. Nielingxing, the sect master, could only sit beside him. The elders and protectors of the Forbidden Ground looked at Li Changxing with awe. Not long after, Zhang Xian walked in with a young boy. The young boy had red lips and white teeth, and his skin was very good. He didn't look like a child from the countryside at all. Li Changxing knew that it was because of the spirit qi circulating in his body. Your name is Tong Xian? Li Chongqing sized up the young boy. Almost from the moment he entered the hall, he could feel a trace of spirit qi circulating in his body. The innate fire spirit body was even stronger than LV Jiala's fire phoenix bloodline. No wonder Elder Wu Quan couldn't help but want to snatch this child when he saw him. Yes, Tong Xian answered crisply. At the same time, there was a hint of fear on his face. He was just a student in junior high school. During the holidays, he helped his parents work in the field. Suddenly, a guy named Gu Mangong came to him and said that he would give his parents a sum of money so that they could take him to practice martial arts. At first, his parents didn't agree, but Gu Mangong took out a whole box of money. Therefore, his parents, who had worked in the fields all their lives, finally nodded and agreed. They even said that they were lucky to have encountered such wealth. However, just as he left the village with the boss surnamed Gu, another group of people came. They even had a conflict. This was the first time Tong Xian knew that there was someone in the world who could be so powerful. It was the first time he knew that there were immortals in the world. The boss surnamed Gu was very powerful, but in the end, he was beaten until he vomited blood. He was brought here and was very nervous. Fortunately, the people here were very kind to him. Tong Xian raised his head and saw that the boss was also looking curiously at the young man who asked him. It was as if he was the person with the highest status here. Tong Xian, from now on, you are my disciple. You also have a senior brother. After some time, I will bring you to see him. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Li Chongqing's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a big bell in Tong Xian's heart. This was done deliberately by Li Chongqing. As a master, he naturally had to establish his authority. However, this change could only be felt by him and Tong Xian. The others couldn't see it at all. I am willing. Although Tong Xian felt that the master in front of him was too young and couldn't be compared to the old immortals who came to see him every day, when Li Chongqing's voice sounded, there was only respect left in his heart. Then kneel down and kowtow. When Tong Xian heard Li Chongqing's words, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, officially acknowledging him as his master. That's right. Li Chongqing stood up and said to Gu Mangong, "It's time for us to leave." After saying that, he walked down the stairs and held Tong Xian's hand as they walked out of the main hall. They actually left just like that. The remaining people in the Forbidden Grounds looked at each other. The matter was over just like that, but their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. To Li Chongqing, it was just a small matter. However, to the Forbidden Grounds, it was a disaster. What an unexpected disaster! An elder suddenly burst into tears a few minutes after Li Chongqing left. The invincible belief that the Forbidden Grounds had built up over hundreds of years had completely collapsed at this moment. Even Nye Lingxing felt extremely conflicted. The feud between Li Chongqing and the Forbidden Grounds was extremely laughable. Just because of a fight over a disciple, even if the Forbidden Grounds couldn't take in a disciple like Tong Xian, it wouldn't be a loss to the Forbidden Grounds at all. This might be an unexpected disaster for the Forbidden Grounds, but it was also a wake-up call. The Forbidden Grounds were blindly arrogant. It was time for them to recognize themselves. On the second day after Li Chongqing left the Forbidden Grounds announced that they would seal off the mountain for 10 years. At the same time, they listed Li Chongqing as their #1 enemy. They hoped that one day, the successor of the Forbidden Grounds would be able to defeat Li Chongqing and avenge their humiliation. Li Chongqing didn't care about everything that happened in the Forbidden Grounds. He first followed Gu Mangong back to Nanyang. Then, he brought his second disciple, Tong Xian, back to the country by plane and headed north. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for the thing that was being nurtured under Mount Xianhuang to be born. The girl was very talkative, especially when the journey was boring. Yuma, don't disturb his rest. At this moment, a dignified voice came from the side. It was a middle-aged man. Li Chongqing had not paid much attention to the other party when he saw that the other party had been resting with his eyes closed. Now that the other party had spoken, he immediately noticed that the other party's eyes were shining brightly. Clearly, he was not an ordinary person. Got it, Dad. Umo stuck out her tongue. I'm sorry. My daughter has been spoiled. The middle-aged man smiled apologetically at Li Chongqing and continued to rest with his eyes closed. He was obviously more troubled than his daughter. Li Chongqing could tell from the other party's behavior that the other party was still cautious of the outside world. However, Li Chongqing and his disciple Tong Xian did not seem to be a threat. That was why the other party did not stop his daughter from interacting with Li Chongqing from the beginning. At this moment, the bus that was moving suddenly braked. The people who were sleeping in the bus were knocked onto the seats in front of them. Even those who were not in deep sleep were thrown forward by the inertia. Then, there was a loud bang. A sledgehammer smashed the front windshield of the bus into pieces. Then, a few black muzzles were pointed at the driver's head. They shouted, "Open the door!" The driver had never seen such a scene. He quickly pressed the button to open the door. Meanwhile, the passengers in the bus realized what was going on. Their faces turned pale. The door opened and 5 to 6 fierce-looking strong men walked in. Each of them had a double-barreled shotgun in their hand. They walked along the seats and asked the passengers to take out their precious items. A middle-aged woman refused to hand over the golden necklace on her neck. One of the strong men pulled her hair and kicked her head twice. Her face was badly mutilated. The rest of the passengers were trembling in fear. No one dared to resist. When they reached the back, one of them raised his gun and pointed it at the middle-aged man's head. He extended his hand and said, "Give me your bag." Just as the middle-aged man was about to push the bag forward, the ponytailed girl, Umo, suddenly stood up. "This belongs to us. Why should I give it to you?" "Because I have a gun," the strong man sneered. "So what if you have a gun?" Umo showed no fear in the face of these ferocious-looking strong men. "Umo, stop fooling around." The middle-aged man reprimanded his daughter. However, as soon as he spoke, Umo suddenly moved. Her hand was as fast as lightning. She snatched the shotgun from the strong man's hand in an instant. At the same time, her palm landed lightly on the strong man's chest. The 1.8-meter-tall strong man took a few steps back and almost knocked down his companion behind him. "How dare you rob us with such skills?" Umo raised her chin proudly. At the same time, she said to Li Chongqing and Tong Xian, "Don't be afraid. It's just a few thieves. I'll protect you." However, the middle-aged man did not look happy because of his daughter's beautiful skills. Instead, he sighed. As expected, the strong man who was pushed back by Umo's palm was not angry. Instead, he was delighted. He laughed and said, "Han Tianlong, Han Yuma, it's really you and your daughter. Get out of the car. Our protectors are waiting in front. If you don't want to drag everyone in the bus to die with you, listen to us." Sigh. The middle-aged man sighed. "All right." At the same time, he turned to his daughter and said, "Yuma, get out of the car. The 7 Mysteries Sect's great protector is here. Our identities have been exposed. There's no need to continue hiding. You just don't listen to me. I told you not to stand out so easily. If you didn't do anything, they wouldn't have seen our faces. As long as you handed the items to them, we would be safe." "You mean they're from the 7 Mysteries sect?" Hanyuma's face was slightly pale. She lowered her head and said, "Father, I was wrong." The two of them left their seats obediently and walked out of the bus. "Master, let's help this little sister, okay? I feel that she's a good person." Tong Xian looked at Li Chongqing with a pleading look. Along the way, he knew that his master was like an immortal. The strong man who was about to leave after capturing Han Yuma and her father heard Tong Xian's voice. He suddenly turned around and looked at Li Chongqing and Tong Xian cautiously. Friend, please don't misunderstand. I don't know this father and daughter well. Li Chongqing chuckled. Just do what you need to do. Don't worry about us. Who's joking with you? The brawny man snorted and pointed at Li Chongqing and Tong Xian, saying, You two come with me as well. Don't try to play any tricks. I can see that you are their accomplices. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.